All right, should be ready to go, Miss Pam, if you can hear me.
All right, welcome everybody. We are out here for our Durhamtown side-by-side round number 3. We are live here racing. Right now they are doing their sight lap. Right now we have our Sportsman NA out on course, making their way around here.
It's on race monitor. If you go to
All right, out on course for our Sportsman NA class, we have our top qualifier, Carson Hill, in the number 126. The second position, the 54 of Philip Masella. The 992 of Paul Brown. The 115 of Eli Harris. 316 of Luke Texera. John Silva in the 05. 47 of Kevin Phelps. The 402 of Hudson Wilson. And the 47 of Dana Regis. So we will have 9 cars out on course. We did have a few that have registered since last night that I don't have their names of. I'll get those here shortly. We have done our transponder check, and we're just waiting for the green flag to drop here in just a minute. We have our pace car headed on out. As you can see, they will start the green flag on the backstretch is what we do here at Durhamtown. Right now they are going over our finish line. Mr. Everett Boodle in the pace car making his way around. We have 12 cars out on course. Thank you, everybody that will be tuning in here on our live show out here at Durhamtown for our Memorial Day weekend, round number 3. And right now it is all about Carson Hill setting the pace for the green flag to drop, as he is already out in front with Philip, the number 54, right behind him.
And it looks like your leaders are taking to turn number 2 and 3 up the hill. Everybody keeping it pretty clean side by side as they're coming back down here, back into our vantage point over here by the booth into turn number 5. And I'm going to need your help, Pam, with some of these turn numbers.
Yeah, there are lots of turn numbers out there. I'm getting my order all in place here. I can't see all the turn numbers, what exactly they all are, but we will get that down. I'll go take a look here in just a minute. As Carson Hill still out in the lead, but he is not too far out in the lead. He does have the number 54 right on his tail coming up over the finish line here. So Carson Hill, Philip Masella, Eli Harris, John Silva, Brad Woodall in the number 22. This is some close racing already going on here. Carson Hill is a young gentleman that's been racing for quite a while, started in the 170s, moved on up into the Sportsman NA. He also races in our Youth 1000 class as well.
A few of those didn't pick up for whatever reason.
All right, we do have 12 cars out on course. A couple of the transponders, we'll get some readings on those here. It looks like Eli Harris making that turn a little tight there. Almost losing position. Eli Harris, the number 3 position. Now he is running in 4th physically on course. The number 54, Philip Masella, still leading behind Carson Hill. They're giving him a run for the money, that is for sure. So Carson's last lap was a 1:10.907. Those are some super quick times. Our pro classes run roughly about a 1:03, so only about 7 seconds off our pro times here in the Sportsman NA class. All right, how many cameras and drones do we have out there on course?
Right now working with 4 cameras, so we actually got Collins Rigdon down there on course. We're, of course, looking at the Sky Cam from AlumaCube Engineering right now. And then we've got our secondary drone. We got AMP Pole Cam up there right now. And then we've got the start-finish line. So we got 4 angles. Unfortunately, don't have the FPV camera like we did last time. That thing was awesome. We were sitting in the back seat, following along with everybody.
Yeah, those FPV drones definitely are amazing to watch. The pilots of those are super awesome. It looks like, did Carson Hill? No, he's still out in front. I didn't see him there for a minute. So as you're looking right now, that is our finish line jump. Coming over that jump is a little bit tricky because it goes into almost a 90 left. So you have to hit that just right to make sure you stay on course. And now they are on our back stretch. There's 3 little hump jumps, as I call them, back there, because they're not really rhythm jumps, and then they go into a tabletop. As Carson Hill still out in the lead. Let's see if he can take it from the green to the checkers today. All right, so they will be doing, I believe, 10 laps for the Sportsman NA, and they will do a competition yellow in between. As I see Mr. Boodle making his way over to where he will pick them up here in just a little bit. More than likely it'll be the next lap around as Carson Hill's making his way through, up over the finish line once again. Between Carson Hill, Philip Masella, and Eli Harris, their times have picked up just a second plus here. As Eli Harris in that number 3 position. Eli Harris also races in our endurance race that we do after our short course races.
You got to tell me a little bit about that endurance race. I saw y'all go live last time for the start of it, but what does that race entail?
What does that race entail? Okay, so definitely a lot of trees. And I did a sight lap because what Mr. Boodle will do is he'll do a sight lap with all the racers beforehand. And because there's really not a lot of course marking out there, it's basically closing off trails. It is a fast tree racing with lots of jumps in it. They do it at night. It's a 2-hour endurance race, and on Thanksgiving weekend we do a 4-hour endurance race.
Wow.
So it's pretty cool. I mean, I'm not a woods racer by any means, so I don't personally like that kind of racing. I would rather personally stick to the short course. But as we're seeing Everett Boodle out there in the pace car, so what they do, not Talladega, they do a Delaware style restart as well. So Carson Hill, being the lead car, will start out in front by himself, and then everybody else will stack up behind him.
Oh, so they'll do 1 and then 2 by 2 by 2?
Correct.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yes.
See, we normally do that on the road side of things when they can't get the restarts down, when, especially in the younger divisions. You know, if they get too wild on the restart, especially turn 1, you know, we'll stack them up single file just to keep things clean. And I saw a little bit of that last time we were here. Y'all had, I think, about 15 in the youth division.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids. Our 170 classes are definitely stacked fields. But, yeah, no, it's really cool to do that, though. I mean, it gives a leader that chance to keep that lead out there. And he sets the pace. Again, once they hit those cones that are on the backstretch, that's when the green flag drops for the leader to set the pace. You can either start it right when you hit that cone, or you can wait a little bit and play the game. Some people, you will see them do that, play that game of just waiting, and then they'll just jump out. But they have that little area. It's actually a short distance. It's not a huge, I think it's probably about 20 yards, it looks like, maybe 30 yards that they have to actually take that green flag start. So it's all up to the leader when they want to go.
Now, are they currently waiting on the rest of the pack? It looks like they're having a word there with whoever is in the back of the field.
Yeah, it looks like it's number 115. So what they're doing, once they do this, they do want to make sure that as they came over the timing loop the last time, make sure they are in a certain order, that something's not wrong with the order as crossing over. We do have an issue, it sounds like, with one of the transponders that might be the gentleman they're talking to right now.
I think that's everybody's favorite driver, waiting for data.
Exactly, right? I can't quite tell, but I think it's the 715. I think is the number of that, and I don't see 715 here on my list. It is 715. I don't have that name, though, here on my list.
See, I was telling you earlier how you can passive-aggressively talk to the camera people, and they'll do what you say.
I love it. I love it. I mean, I literally just met all of you this morning. I obviously was not here last round, but exactly what you just said. I mean, you see something, and if the camera person can get to it, they'll switch to it, and you're sitting here talking with me and being the switcher.
Yes, and that is a lot harder than it looks. And my normal switcher, Mikey Lemon Drop Lane, he's actually flying our second drone right now, so did a little bit of a shuffle because you weren't here last time, so I was lead, Mikey was on the computer, and then we had our one drone out there, and so kind of doing a little bit of a shuffle. But that's what's fun here is we can all do it, you know, all positions, whatever is needed, and
and that's what's really good about it too, is everybody knowing exactly what's everybody's position.
I don't give enough credit to our guys that do this, because Mikey will sit here and announce and switch and makes it look easy, and I'm unfortunately I'm a one task at a time kind of guy.
Not a multitasker. Let's see, we're starting to go. And
my wife's down there shaking the camera no. She's out there on the indomitable Collins Rigdon down there in the pickup truck. You kind of see her all the way up there by.
I see her.
She's over there by turn 2, or is that turn 1?
I think that's considered turn 1. I mean,
I left my map in the truck.
Yes, it is turn 1. Your wife will have to get it from her later. I should have them memorized by now, but I do not have them memorized.
Although she's definitely enjoying being in the shade out there. We cooked her last time. She was out there, no shade, took it like a champ.
All right, so now you can see the pace vehicle, Mr. Everett Boodle, our race director. See, Carson Hill technically has that lead, but there's some people trying to sneak up on him, which you shouldn't be doing that, but they were. Racers always push the envelope in every style of racing. As Carson Hill is back out in that lead. So what we'll do too is once this
a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, a little bit. That's what we were talking about earlier in the drivers' meeting. Is be clean driving. There's no reason to bump around, especially in these open wheel vehicles.
See, that's also something I'm not used to in road racing is all the bumping and rubbing, because they do a little bit, but not to the level you guys do out here.
Somebody went off the track there. I actually think that was Eli Harris.
And we're gonna have to see when they come back by the stripe.
Yeah, road racing completely different than this.
Because they can make a little contact, but more than that, and it messes your setup. I mean, we saw people rolling over here last time, and they were still able to get up and keep going.
You should have seen yesterday in qualifying. There was a couple gnarly crashes. They're all okay, but there was some gnarly crashes. Oh, we do have a rollover over in turn number 6, which is right behind where your wife actually is.
And that was our mystery driver, I think, at the start of the race.
The 715, yeah.
Start of the restart. Crew's going over there to check on him.
Our safety crew making sure. So talking about this, the turn that he's actually in yesterday, Bruce Davidson, he races in our open class. He'll be going later on. He took this turn a little too wide, and it does not. The drones are amazing, but they don't always show the justice of how steep something is. So on the left-hand side of your screen, where Boodle's nose is going, it's really steep right there. So if you get the rear end of your tires off of that ledge, it can take you, and that's exactly what happened yesterday. The 715 just found out it's Kevin Sheldon is his name.
Tough break. Is he first time out here, or is he one of the regulars?
I don't recall that name, so I think he's one of our first timers out here.
And tough to see that happen. You always like when new guys come out and join the program, but
yeah,
you definitely want them to finish the race so that way they come back to the next one.
Exactly. And well, some of these guys and gals, they'll race in multiple classes too. So, I mean, this might not be his race right here, right now going on for him. But if he is in another class, I'm not sure if he is registered in another one. He might have another chance to do better.
Yeah, and that was something I noticed too. A lot of guys were racing multiple classes too. They'd hop out of one quad and get in another one.
And that's the thing is we do have like Carson Hill races in multiple classes. Later on we'll see John Dobbs races in multiple classes, Hank Hall in multiple classes. So there's a lot of the drivers that do cross over. Hudson Wilson is another one as well. Because they'll also, Hudson Wilson, Carson Hill, and a few of the other, Eli Harris, they'll all also be in the youth class later on.
Oh, wow.
The youth 1000.
Yeah, I was really impressed at the size of the youth class that y'all had here. I'm a big proponent of youth racing, getting the next generation into racing, because I always, I hate to be doom and gloom about it, but I always feel like we're kind of in the end times, as we see more tracks shutting down than we see opening up. And, anybody, that's watching this, get your kids involved, because that's what's going to help keep this sport going. And, anytime we can have packed
over and race both. And to me, it's like a great driving skill. It teaches you to drive two different things. I will bring this up. I don't like to talk about my kid much, and he knows that. But my kid used to race in bandoleros, and he used to race in dirt tracks also. So once he started doing that, it completely changed his off-roading style.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm a big advocate of people that are crossover drivers and different series, different kinds of race cars. And there are some of our drivers that have done that as well, that are not here, but there's some drivers that race in other series that they'll go race quarter midgets and all that kind of stuff.
And one thing I've noticed is just racing people are racing people. Mm-hmm. Most tracks don't run every single weekend, so usually you pick a couple series, so that way, as a parent or a racing family, you have somewhere to go every single weekend.
Yes, exactly.
And I think it helps with the disciplines. Looks like he's leaking out there too in the back.
Well, being over like that, you got where the dry sump is and everything. You've been in motorsports, so you know that once you start back up, but he's running, but he's being towed. So I don't know what the reasoning behind that is. I think I probably would not have my vehicle on quite yet.
Probably the same reason you don't plug your refrigerator in after it's been on its side. You got to let all that oil settle back in.
Exactly.
But yeah, we do a lot of so I come from Atlanta Motorsports Park. That's where we started this whole broadcast team and the crew, and we do a lot of go-kart racing and road racing. And the kids in the karts are incredible to watch, and the progression they make, because they start them as young as 5 over there, and they put them in little 1.5 horsepower Comer karts, do about 25 miles an hour. And we rarely see a kid go more than half a season before he's ready to go faster, where he's ready to get in a bigger, faster kart. And usually by the time they're about 7, they're racing the full track there. And they got one division that runs the micro Swifts, and they could do about 65 miles an hour. At 7. And this is in an open go-kart, like not even roll cage or anything. And I'd probably be one of them, but parents that let your kids go do that. I mean,
these kids, like the kids that are racing 170s, they start at 6 years old usually is the time. But as we are green flag racing once again, look, we got 3 side by side there. That's the sketchy. See, a little bumping and rubbing right there.
We got one around. We got a couple guys caught up in there. Nobody upside down, so they're going to be able to get righted. And
that's
back.
what happens with open. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh,
that's what happens with open wheel racing. I mean, you get too close, and you barely touch tires, and if they grab each other the right way, it can take you over. But that was a very fortunate it didn't happen.
And we saw that several times at the last event.
Oh.
They're
We just
up.
saw some piece fly off. I think that was Dana. She races in a general, so she'll also be in the women's class later on.
Yeah, we saw that happen several times last month. They're just sliding through a turn. You think it's just going great, and then they hit a rut, and they're upside down.
Yeah, those ruts, they get gnarly out there. I mean, the Durhamtown does a great job on the track, but, you know, practicing, this track is open to the public yesterday. So it definitely gets worn out, used. We try to keep the water down and everything.
And I definitely saw a couple motorcycles or dirt bikes were out here earlier. I felt like being the old man running out there and yelling at them to get off the track so they wouldn't put ruts out there.
Yes, we're fortunate that they do shut the track down on Saturdays for us to race, which is awesome because, like, again, this is normally an open track here at Durhamtown that you can come run. What's really cool is this park is gigantic. I mean, there's so many different trails and everything, and across the road there's a turbo track.
Oh, cool.
So that, I don't know if you've been
what's the
over
turbo
there yet.
track? Yeah, that sounds fun.
Turbo track is more of a wide open. It's not very long. I don't know exactly how long it is. I think it's got to be like maybe a little bit over a mile, but it is a wide open track that you can get up to speed. There's jumps in it, nice turns. But as we're watching Carson Hill, you can see how his car's bouncing around, and that is the ruts that are created out there in those turns. So Carson Hill making his way around. Once again with Phillips still in that number 2 spot.
Yeah, I love when these guys come past our position, getting air like that over the start finish. That's so cool. Almost makes me want to add some jumps into road racing.
I don't think the road racers would like that too much.
Well, that's what, I've always wanted to go see a super stadium truck race. That's like on my bucket list for races to go see.
Oh, the Robbie Gordon stuff.
Yeah. That stuff looks so cool, but I think Daytona is the closest place they come around here, and that's not guaranteed every year.
I have to tell you, I used to race, my husband and I used to race, they're called trophy carts. And we used to race at the Stadium Super Trucks in California at an event, and the Stadium Super Trucks they're really cool to see if you ever get to watch it. The metal ramps and stuff that they go off.
I think I'm going to make a pilgrimage out to Long Beach one year and try and catch it.
Oh yeah, that one's on my bucket list too. Is the Long Beach Grand Prix.
Yeah, and I love city streets, like city course racing, anything like that. It's really cool, and I wish they do something around here, but they're few and far between here in the States doing city circuits.
All right, white flag is out. Carson Hill, 1 lap to go. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Right now it's his race to lose, so hopefully he just holds on to it. Eli Harris has moved back up to 5th position. He spun around earlier on, as we saw.
And it looks like he just ran the fastest lap of the race, too, so he's on the charge right now.
Yeah, he is definitely making his way back up. But again, Eli does, like we were talking about earlier, he does that endurance race at night, which is great seat time for these kids. I say kids. I mean, it's mainly adults that race that, but Eli also races in he's raced also in like Ultra 4 stuff as a youth, and so they get lots of seat time as in like wood style, not woods, but rocks. So he's used to the obstacles, I should say.
Oh, that's good. And how wide are the lanes out here? I'm assuming this is a lot wider than the stuff y'all do in the woods.
All right, it's their 2-lane, 2-track, but right now Carson Hill making his way around. Checkered flag is out for Carson Hill. Philip Masella in that number 2 spot. And the number 22 of Brad Woodall. All right, so there's our 1, 2, and 3 making their way through for the checkered flag. Carson Hill, young kid, just led it from green to checkers.
That's awesome.
Yes.
I'm assuming he's got a bright future ahead of him. Is there? Where's the next division up from here after Sportsman? Is that the
next race?
Unlimited? From a competition standpoint.
Well, he's in Sportsman, so he can go into an open class and then he can go into pros. So Sportsman's kind of like an amateur class in a sense. And then, but I mean, there's only 2 more classes for him to go to be up in that pro class.
And pretty much once you're there, that's when you hit the road and start traveling.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, so the Sportsman NA race right now in that number 1 spot, Carson Hill. Second position, the 54, Philip Masella. Third position, 22, Brad Woodall. Paul Brown in fourth, Louis Texaria. I know I mess his name up every time. Fifth position, Eli Harris, sixth, John Silva, seventh, Andy Lewis, eighth, Hudson Wilson, ninth, and Dana Regis, 11th. I'm going to make my way out over to get some interviews with these kids. All right, over here with Carson Hill. He led that race from green to checkers. Getting his helmet off here, we're going to get a quick interview with him. Carson Hill's been racing, again, like we were talking about, since the 170 class. Oh, let's unhook you. All right, Carson Hill, 12 years old out here. You just now qualified number 1 yesterday. Just now took the green flag and finished with the checkers. How you feel?
Yeah, it was an awesome race. It was a tough battle with the Yamahas. We were on the start. We were trying to hold the line, gonna send it in all the turns to try to have the better exit speed on all the cars and try to catch them. We try to catch them off guard in the start, but I mean everything else. It was an awesome race, awesome course. It dried up after a couple of laps, but yeah.
Well, you're going to be going out here in just a couple more races once again, but congratulations on that great race out there, Carson.
Thank you.
All right, Philip Masella, you out here, we're battling it out with a 12-year-old, and you were on his bumper the whole time, but out here in the number 2 spot, how you feel?
No, I feel good. It's better than my last finish. You know what happened last time there with that rollover. But yeah, the kid, he drives really good. I'm not going to lie. I couldn't get around him. He had good strategy with the start and everything. It worked good. I tried to do best to, work what they were throwing at me, but I couldn't get around him.
Well, it was a great race. I mean, you guys are battling. You got, all these Yamahas that were out there, basically 2, 3, and 4. It was tough. So the track was good, though. I mean, once these guys were all battling it out there. So your first race, what'd you think?
It was tough.
It was tough.
Yeah.
That was a short and sweet answer. It was tough, but did you have fun?
Yes.
All right, so we'll see you back here again in September?
Definitely.
All right, well, good job out there. Congratulations on your first race, getting that number 3 spot.
Thank you.
All right, there is our 1, 2, and 3 out here at Durhamtown. That's awesome. First race ever for Brad. But here we are going to get these guys all moved, and we're going to go green flag racing here in just a minute.
wasn't really moving before. Do you know anything about that?
All right, next up we have our youth stock racers out on course. We have Harlan Gibson in the number 777. Sometimes when they get out, there's one of them that when I interview him at the podiums, I'm still taller than him even on the podium. It's so cute. All right, so they're going to get.
I love all the ones that practice their speeches, because we get the at the racetrack, we get the ones that are little mini Ricky Bobbies.
Yeah.
They're so funny when they give their victory speech.
You know, there's some that you can tell that they practice it or they're not shy whatsoever. There's some that just, little words, yeses and nos. And
I love I want to thank my mom, my dad, God, my mechanic, and they
And
just
my
have,
grandma and grandpa.
they rattle off the sponsors of this is awesome.
Yeah. You can tell that they practice, and I love it.
Well, it means so much to them, too.
Yes. Especially when they have sponsors at such a young age as well.
Some of the kids, they're going places how it's crazy the skill gap too. You'll see with versus the kids just starting out versus the ones that have been doing it for a couple seasons.
Exactly, and now we are green flag racing once again with our youth stock class. You'll tell a difference too. I don't know if when you were here last time, if you could tell the difference between the stock and the modifieds. Obviously lots of speed in those modified cars compared to these little stock guys and gals.
And these guys will be running a slightly shorter race, right? Are they doing, is it 6 lap total or is it 8?
I believe they do 6. I will confirm that, but they do the whole course. 3 and 3. All right. So yes, getting that clarification. So 3 and 3.
Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here.
No, you're totally fine. That's one thing.
This
I
is
don't
only my
have.
second time ever doing a race. Oh, we got one around. And I looked like third place went for the spin cycle there.
The lap counts was something that I sometimes question. I think on our pro class we do 12. Everybody else does 10 except the youth classes. All right, so they are doing the whole entire course. Again, that is our order of starting. As soon as they come over our finish line, we'll know exactly where they are at once again. All right, let's see. That's the 306 of Henry Michael out in that number 1 spot right now, getting ready to make his way up over here through the finish line. The 44 of Bowen Tyndall in that number 2 spot. The 245 of Emma Smith. 777 of Harlan Gibson.
A little bit of passing action going on there.
So that is our leader now. We have a new leader then. That will be Bowen Tyndall, took over the number 1 spot from Henry Michael.
And he was running pretty quick. That last one ran slightly faster lap than Henry.
Yes.
And now he's got some clear track ahead of him. Looks like he's starting to put a bit of a gap there.
And the red car we saw spin around earlier, that was Aiden English. I'm not sure where the 47 of Matthew Phillips is at. He took the green flag earlier, but I have not seen him actually on the course.
Yeah, it looks like we're down to 4. Getting confirmation that he is stopped on track somewhere.
Yeah, the stock classes, it's a little bit difficult for them to make it up these hills because especially the Talladega turn, it's pretty steep up there. So who knows if that's what's going on, is he's just stuck up there or what. Now let's see. You can see, I think, up
Yeah, there he is right
by
there.
our recovery, it looks like.
Yeah, because that's 3rd and 4th that just went by, and our leaders are now making their way back around to us.
And now our new leader again is
Should be Bowen
Tyndall.
Tyndall.
Yes, which you will see right there.
We will confirm it when they hit the stripe.
So Bowen Tyndall, Henry Michael in the number 2 spot. So they're doing 6 laps. I mean, you look at their lap times compared to our bigger cars, obviously. But Bowen Tyndall just did a 146. Henry Michael a 152. You can hear them bouncing off their little rev limiters as well.
I know that's something the mechanics normally don't like to hear.
I know, right? Not so
That's
good
something
on
you see all the
engines.
time in the youth racing, because They don't know how to let up.
Exactly. Well, you don't want to let up in these. If you let up in these, you definitely lose all the momentum that you have created.
Yeah, typically at the karting circuit, they gear them to where they never hit that
Right.
rev limiter. And the only times we run into that problem is when we let them drive on the big track. Because sometimes we'll go from the kart track to the road circuit, and that's literally like watching ants race when you put little go-karts on a 40-foot wide racing surface.
Well, and you just hit exactly what I was going to touch on, too, is it's all about gearing as well. And that's why it's so important to come out here and do practice and see what gearing you need to put in these. Because the 170s, again, once you're at that rev limiter, that's your max. And then once you're going, you do not want to lose that momentum.
Well, because I guess it comes, especially with the hills here,
Yeah.
you go too tall and you're going to be dogging coming up these steep hills.
You might not make it up these Talladega turns, as we call them here. Making their way through turn number 4 is what that one is. Now, right here, this is later on, this little jump area, or the hill that you can see Bowen go down, that actually later we'll see our bigger cars. They actually jump down it.
It was like downhill skiing where they do
Yes.
the long jump.
Yes, that is the ski jump.
That's cool.
Talladega out to the ski jump. Kind of gets nervous, though, sometimes. Some of the cars hit it way too fast, and they nose in, and it makes me nervous, but
It looks like we've got a caution flag out right now.
this will be the competition yellow. So they'll come around and they will restart for the next 3 laps once we get our pace car over there. So our competition yellow is out. They'll do 3 more laps once they hit the green flag once again.
And I believe this is our last driver coming through right now.
The 245, that is Emma Smith. Emma's dad races as well out here. He'll be racing here in just a little bit.
That's something I noticed too. A lot of children of parents that race out here.
Exactly.
And we used to see that at the Legends racing where they would actually share cars. You'd have a young lion hop out of the car and then a Masters hop in it.
Yeah. Well, there's a women's class out here that started this year, and my son races, and I ended up doing the women's race.
Oh, cool.
I'm all of the ladies. I love racing, but they were all asking me if I was going to be racing out there again today, but doing the live show, that's more important right now. And then my kid, it's the only car. He races too.
So you don't want to trash it.
It technically, he races in the open class and the pro class, which is back-to-back. In the women's, it would be 3 races
Oh,
back-to-back.
the car would not be able to
No, the belt
cool
probably would
down.
not
Yeah.
hold
Yeah,
As
that
you
would be good.
You can see Boodle getting the kids all lined back up. What's fun fact about Boodle, I don't know if you know this, he's racing later.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
I know his son was out here racing last time. Is he?
His son's cars are all up in Wisconsin area because he races in the Champ Series, so his cars are there. But Boodle got in yesterday. I think he qualified second. So it's pretty funny that he hasn't been in a car in a while, and he got out there. I'm like, you
How
look like a
does
pro
that work
still.
as the race director? Does everybody around him just kind of hold off a little bit? You know, be a little heavy-handed with penalties during that one.
Yeah. Well, there's a backup race director at the point while he's in the car. I don't know. I think that's Will Harris. Is he our backup race director? I'm not sure. Oh, goodness. All right. We are green flag once again. You can tell we got the 4 cars all bunched up there. And it looks like, let's see here. That is the 105, I think, of Aiden English, because that's the one that spun out earlier. That just took the lead over from Bowen Tyndall.
Yes, it is. And he started, I believe he restarted in 3rd, and he got the jump on the restart there.
It's all about that momentum, I'm telling you. Oh, but he's getting past right now.
Coming down the hill right there.
So that's Bowen Tyndall that just made that pass. I'm not sure. We had 6 cars out there, but
There were, but there's 5 now.
there's
One pulled off, 47.
okay. So 47 did pull off of Matthew Phillips.
And it looked like he made the pass again, so he's pulling them going up the hill.
Gearing probably.
Yeah.
Different gearing. Let's see what happens going down here.
Getting a little sideways there.
All right, so that is that ski jump that we were talking about just a few moments ago. That's Emma Smith right there in the blue. You can see the blue bumper on the back. The number 245. Trying to make a pass there, I believe, on Harlan.
Looks like she does. Gets him down on the inside.
Henry Michael there. All right, so Bowen Tyndall in that second place. But right now, it's all about the 777 of Harlan Gibson taking over the lead here. They have 2 laps to go. As Harlan Gibson now in that lead, the 44 of Bowen Tyndall in number 2 position, Henry Michael in 3rd, Aiden English 4th, and Emma Smith in that 5th spot. But actually, Emma Smith is in 4th, and 105 just came through in that 5th spot.
And here we got a little side-by-side action going around the outside.
And that is between Harlan Gibson and Bowen Tyndall. So Bowen Tyndall taking the lead back from the 44, or from the 777 of Harlan, going down that ski jump. All right, that tight right-hand corner right there, that's the one that gets people.
Yeah, we
Whoa.
saw a couple rollovers last month there.
Yeah, that's...
Well, you got all that speed coming down the hill, and I'm sure trying to back off on that's hard. And here we go to the inside.
Harlan Gibson taking back over the lead there. That is up on that Talladega hill. You can see there's water down up there, so it's a little slippery, so they got to be careful on it. The bigger cars, obviously it'll dry out when they get on the track. But here's what you're talking about earlier. This is where Bowen gets a little bit of a run on Harlan.
Look, he's looking to the inside right now. And this is where he's been getting it, but
Yeah.
I think she's just keeping speed on the outside there.
This is where you keep the pedal down, and the white flag is waving as Harlan Gibson coming around in that number 1 spot. Bowen Tyndall in 2nd. The 306 of Henry Michael in that number 3 spot. Emma Smith 4th, and that will have Aiden English in that number 5 spot. So can Harlan Gibson hold on to it? I bet the crowd is out there patiently waiting, obviously, for the checkered flag to come out.
And our drone pilot flexing his speed right there. He's almost running quicker than the kids out there. But we've got this is the slower drone. It's got the nicer camera, but this is the slower drone we brought this week. The one we had last week could do about 80 miles an hour
Yeah, those
at the
things are
last
fast.
event. And what's more impressive is it could stay up in the air and do that for about 15 minutes. So it's got pretty decent flight time. Now this one we're flying right now can stay up for about 50 minutes.
Oh, wow.
It can hover for a while.
Well, the FPV drones are so fast that, it takes a lot of power. I actually have had, does your FPV guy wear goggles?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I had the opportunity one time to have a set on while
Oh, that's
the
cool.
pilot was going, and before I even put him on, he's like, "You have to sit down in a chair.
Yeah.
You'll fall over."
I always joke our FPV guy, he looks like he's plugged into the Matrix every
Yeah.
time he's flying.
It is insane to see those guys and watch what I was watching. But here we are, still Harlan Gibson out there in the number 1 spot. Only
Got
two
two-
turns to go.
I was going to say they got
Or
2
3
turns.
turns, actually.
Yeah, they're almost
No,
finished
that's-
on this final lap.
That is actually the last turn right there before they make this turn number 7 up to the finish line as the checkered flag is waving. Harlan Gibson, the number 777, in that number 1 spot with a co-driver. Harlan Gibson had a
Oh,
co-driver.
shit, I had a weight penalty and still did it. Or maybe it was a bonus traction.
There
I don't know.
you go. Could be. So Harlan Gibson, Bowen Tyndall, and Henry Michael, 1, 2, and 3. Emma Smith in that 4th position, and the 105 of Aiden English will be coming in that number 5 spot. So congratulations, Harlan Gibson. That's insane, though, that you don't usually see co-drivers. But
No.
they do have to meet certain weight restrictions, too.
Oh, so you think they have to take the passengers so they can make minimum weight?
Maybe. I don't know. A lot of people have lead. You have to have lead in your car, and it has to be bolted down, obviously for safety purposes. But, yeah, that's interesting to see a co-driver.
Kind of
there.
like sidecar racing. You ever
Yeah.
seen that with the
Yes.
motorcycles?
When they're hanging off the
Yeah.
side.
Now, that'd be interesting to see some off-road sidecarring.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of fun to watch, I hear. All right.
You'd probably have to go find a bunch of sailboat guys to find enough people willing to sling themselves off the side of a rail.
Have you ever seen the motorhome racing at Atlanta?
No,
I used to do it.
Oh, wow.
I've motorhome raced, and I've done skid pan racing. It's a lot of
that's
fun.
sick.
All right, I'm going to go out here for the podiums. All right, here with our first place finisher, Harlan Gibson. Did you have fun out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you have a co-driver over here. Who's riding shotgun with you?
My brother,
Your brother. What's your brother's name?
Hunter.
Hunter. Did you have fun out there?
Yeah.
So you had to make some passes and all of that stuff. What was your favorite part about the course?
Probably the straightaway.
The straightaway, that's where you can go fast, huh? Did you ever lift? Did you ever have to use your brakes?
No.
No, you guys have to definitely keep the pedal down to keep your momentum forward, huh?
Yeah.
Well, good job on this #1 spot. Congratulations, and we'll see you at the podiums later on.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm going to ask Hunter really quick. Hunter, being a shotgun here for your sister, how was it?
It was crazy. We did multiple spin outs on the top of the hill, and we almost flipped down there and turned, I think, 2 down the first big turn, and then we got past and we got fourth, and then we brought all the way back up to the first.
Well, you obviously were a good co-driver out there. Congratulations. We'll see you guys later on. All right. Bo Tyndall out here in the #2 spot. Bo, you guys were battling it out. Did you have some fun?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to ask you, what was your favorite part of the track?
Probably you.
The hills?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you had that spot. You kept going back and forth. You tried to get past again, but right now in the #2 spot, did you have fun?
Yes.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll see you later on at the podiums, okay?
Okay.
All right. Congratulations to Bo Tyndall. All right, Mr. Michael, how you feeling?
Good.
Good. Did you have fun out there?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so where was the spots where you were pushing it the most?
The back straightaway.
The back straightaway, pedal down the whole time, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, good job on this #3 spot. We get to do some trophies later on, but you going to stick around and watch the rest of the racing?
Yeah.
All right. Well, good job, little man. We'll see you guys later. Our future of the sport out here doing what they do best, going fast, having fun. And we're getting ready to start our next class, which is our Youth 1000 class. Once again, #1 qualifier, Mr. Carson Hill, out there. So we have a few drivers that have already raced once. So our 1, 2, and 3.
Going for round #2 now.
Exactly. So, yes, so Carson Hill in that #1 spot, Eli Harris, who also raced in the Sportsman class, and Hudson Wilson, all 3 of them.
Now how physically demanding is off-road racing, just in general, because you got more forces you're dealing with. Now, you're obviously not dealing with as much on the lateral forces, but as much as the up and down, and probably just wrestling the steering wheel. Like, does it, 8 laps out here, does that get you pretty tired?
It can get you tired. I mean, you can get a little bit of arm pump, but not like you do on motorcycles. But it all depends on your steering, because all these cars, they all steer different. As long as your steering's working good, I mean, it's not too much physical work on it, but you do get hot, you get sweaty, you get winded. I mean, it just depends on how hard you're pushing it, to be honest, on the physical aspect of it.
And
but the jumps and stuff, I mean, also your suspension. The suspension, if it's set up right and it's good, the landings when you're jumping are also easier, because the suspension sometimes, if it's a little off, it can kick you weird. All kinds of aspects to the whole entire off-road world. But right now we do have Mr. Boodle bringing our cars around to take them to the start line. Looks like we have 11 cars that are out on course.
That sounds like such a thundering herd when they come by our position here in the tower.
You can feel it in the floorboard too. So Carson Hill in that #1 spot, Eli Harris second, Hudson Wilson, Avery Davis, Graydon Tucker, Mason Scott, Crosby Michaels, Tillman Ewing, Carter Williams, and Raleigh May. All right, as the green flag has dropped, Carson Hill has already taken that lead. It looks like Eli Harris following closely behind, giving him a run for his money right now. So little fun fact, Eli Harris is in an RS1, which is a single seat, so center of gravity. You see Carson Hill, his is normally a 2-seat vehicle. The RS1s, obviously you can maneuver them a little bit different. It's a different driving. You feel center of the car instead of having one side, obviously.
Do you think that gives a competitive advantage?
I do. I feel like being center of the car and lower to the ground is definitely an advantage.
And you can definitely see him catch some air over the ski hill, the ski jump.
As you can see right there, that is that turn number 6 right here before the finish line. And Carson Hill out in front.
And they are hanging it out over the start-finish line.
Yes, Eli Harris in that number 2 spot. With Avery Davis running 3rd, Mason Scott in 4th, Briley Lutz in that 5th position, Graydon Tucker 6th, Tillman Ewing 7th, Crosby Michaels and Raleigh May.
And you're watching most of your field as they're heading through the backside of the track, turns 2 and 3. Your leaders already about half a track ahead there, heading up to the top there at turn 5.
Oh, and that is Tillman Ewing right there in the number 06.
And, yeah, a little bit of passing action there. He got kind of caught up in that, didn't know where to go.
Yeah, and the 5 of Crosby Michaels did a little bit of a spin out.
And you can hear those leaders coming by the start-finish, putting lap number 2 in the books.
So Tillman Ewing was another one of our kids that started out in the 170s. If you ever talk to him, he's super tall. He actually outgrew the 170s, but he's obviously old enough now to be in the Youth 1000, and his driving skills each race get better and better. And his sister will be racing later on too in the 170s as Carson Hill.
Man, he's just kicking the back end out on that thing.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say they're railing it, definitely drifting that corner.
And you don't worry about catching a rut when you throw it that hard?
Yeah, I do. You can. That's what happens. If you catch one that's deep enough, it can definitely grab you and take you over. As you can see, that's Carson Hill still in that number 1 spot, and the 115 of Eli Harris in number 2. So this is the Youth 1000 and the 570 classes. So they all get intermixed as they qualify. That's the 527 of Avery Davis and the 538 of Briley Lutz just now coming through.
Yeah, and it looks like your leaders are heading up now through the backside of the track, just
Look
coming
at
onto your screen right now.
Eli Harris almost making a pass too.
All the way to the, yeah, he was just hanging out on the outside there.
Yep. So what as a driver in off-road racing, what you're doing right now is you're not letting that driver get too far away from you, because you want to keep pushing them, because you want them to make that mistake. You're wanting to be able to get that pass in, and he's definitely staying super close to Carson Hill.
You think he's just sitting, waiting for his moment?
Sometimes that's what they do. Carson Hill obviously has a little bit more push into his car than Eli, but that's something that you do as a driver. But we also will have the competition yellow come out here in just a few laps. I think one more lap we'll have the competition yellow. So that will give Eli another chance too to hop out in that number 1 spot.
And do you think maybe the first half of this race just him learning the guy in front of him and not even going to try and make it until the restart?
Right.
Because you could get around him, but then you still got to survive the restart.
Exactly. All right, there we have the 44 of Mason Scott. All right, so competition yellow has flown. Oh, nope.
No, next lap. Oh, is there
right. Sounds like we have a car.
Yeah, leaders are still racing.
There's a car off the track I can see in the distance back by the Talladega turn is where we have a car. That must be what the yellow is for. Number 16, Carter Williams. So Carter Williams off the track is what the caution is out for.
They might just go ahead and let this be the competition caution.
Exactly.
Because your leaders just They didn't let up. They ran it to the line.
Yes, they did. So, yeah, and they are 5 laps. So we are going to be doing the competition yellow now. And again, Carson Hill has led this race so far from the green flag drop. Can he hold it until the checkered flag waves? I mean, he's got some stiff competition. So, again, Carson Hill out in the front in the number 126. Eli Harris in the 115. The 538 of Briley Lutz over there. And then the 527 of Avery Davis in that number 4 spot. We got some other cars that are still making their way around. We have 5 more vehicles that need to get their way over here and lined up for the competition yellow. All right, the 44 Mason Scott running in that number 5 position. 331 of Graydon Tucker running 6th. Tillman Ewing 7th and Crosby Michaels 8th. And Raleigh May in the number 725 in that 9th position. Unfortunately, yesterday she had her belt break during qualifying.
Ooh.
So that was an unfortunate thing. But these cars with these belts,
We actually saw that.
Questionable.
We saw that happen up at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We had Tommy Clark was actually up there, had his turbo side by side, and he was racing it was Sean Ashmore. I lied. He was racing had a Tesla Plaid out there.
okay.
And they were drag racing, and he actually had them until the belt snapped.
Yeah.
And it was crazy how quick those quads are. You put some street tires on them, they are insanely pound for pound one of the quickest things you can probably drive.
They are. And you have these other, like, Mav-Rs now have a transmission in them, so you can shift and everything. So there's no belts with Mav-Rs, and the Pro-Rs, they don't have belts anymore. So, but these guys that are out there on the track, they have belts. Hondas also have a transmission as well, so you don't have to really worry about, obviously the belt situations. But here we are getting all situated for us to go back green flag racing. That's Will Harris over there checking on everybody, making sure everybody's good. That is his son in the 115 there in that number 2 spot. Will Harris also does a lot of our staging and everything else. He also is one of our really fast woods racers, as I call him, the endurance. Will Harris is
That's awesome.
super fast out there. If he's not breaking, he's winning.
So now when y'all run that, do you run it during the night, or does it start and then finish right as it gets dark? How does
Usually
that?
It finishes in the dark, but I mean, right now I think it probably will be light. I'm not sure what time they're starting the race
So I was
tonight.
curious, they just fire up the lights and just go at it in the dark.
Exactly. You got to make sure you have a light bar on. But we are back green flag racing with Carson Hill taking that lead once again. Eli Harris in that number 2 spot. So 5 laps to go in our youth 1,570 race as they're making their way into turn number 4. That's another one that we will see people do some rollovers in as well, because it's a nice hairpin right-hand turn. As Carson Hill still out in that number 1 spot. Taking a look, because Carson, I'm not sure if he actually still races in any of the 170s. No, he is not. But Carson Hill, we are just a couple laps away from that checkered flag, and it's definitely showing. So this is a good question that maybe we should ask Carson when he comes in about how physically tired he is, because he just did basically one race between his races. So
Yeah, and especially there's no air conditioning out there either.
no.
You got that engine's building a lot of heat,
Yes.
blowing back on you as you're driving. And these summer months, as it's starting to warm up out here, it's going to start getting real toasty.
Well, and to answer the question to you, the people that do like desert racing and racing like in Baja and that kind of stuff, and they're professional drivers out in those kind of races, they're working out at the gym. They're making sure they're staying fit. They're making sure their bodies can actually physically take it all. So even doing short course stuff is very physical on you. But that desert, the endurance style is where you need to make sure you're really in shape.
I would just assume hook an IV up to me while I'm in the car, while I'm in the truck. Just keep the fluids pumping.
Yeah, a lot of cardio. A lot of cardio is what you need. Obviously, and with lifting weights as well. Raleigh May just made her way across, but that right there on screen, that is the 331 of Graydon Tucker, the nice bright colored car. So there's a little bit of a jump right there that they're coming around into turn number 4 that you're seeing on screen. When they make this right-hand turn, they go up into Talladega, and then they go off of that ski jump. As there is Carson Hill. He's made quite a gap between him and Eli Harris.
Yeah, he's starting to pull away. Maybe he was just letting Eli think he had a chance. As they just come past the start-finish line.
Well, and also, again, they both have raced pretty much almost back-to-back. I can say, like I was talking about my kid earlier in 2 classes, his belt gets super hot. So when it gets hot, it starts slipping.
Ah.
So I don't know if that's the case for Eli or not. But that's
do y'all put fans or anything in there to help cool it down? Like, because I know the Legends guys will put big fans on top of the engines to cool them off between
we used
heats.
to do that for the Bandoleros, too. Not really. You can't really do that because it's a closed compartment. But what some drivers have is they'll have like a hose of air that goes directly into the clutch compartment.
Just to help at least push some of that hot air out.
Yeah. It's just airflow is always good for it. As we're watching Carson Hill make his way around. I believe the next time he comes around, the white flag will be coming out.
Yeah, it looks like they just hit lap number 9, so yeah, it should be white flag next time.
Yeah, and as you can see, that gap is just getting bigger and bigger between Eli and Carson Hill. Briley Lutz in that number 3 spot making her way around. The 527 Avery Davis. So there's quite a gap between all the drivers.
Yeah, and that was second place that just went by our screen. This is third place coming up right now. So battle for third and fourth. They're kind of gapped out fifth.
Yeah.
Just coming onto your screen.
And that right there is.
And first is already up and around the top of turn 3. So he's got about half a lap ahead of everybody else.
And that's after the competition
Yes.
yellow.
I just give you an idea how much faster Carson Hill is right now than the rest of the field.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at his last time, it was a 1:05.982. I mean, that's up there with where the pro classes are pretty much
He's
4
about to
seconds.
take the white flag right there.
So Carson Hill, white flag like you just said. Eli Harris just made his way across the line.
And he's actually about to put last place a lap down. He's getting real close there. You just saw he's about the head of the snake's about to catch the tail.
Yeah, and that will be Miss Raleigh May.
And there he goes around the outside.
Yeah, she was having, like I said, she blew a belt yesterday. She was having some problems with it.
Yeah, it looks like she's babying that cart a little bit.
Now, fun fact about Raleigh, she normally does the endurance race too. So she's not normally short course racing. She usually is in the endurance series.
Now, I imagine the setup's probably a little bit different for
definitely.
enduro versus short course.
Definitely different for sure. You want to have different shocks even on the car because these short course shocks are not made to have a lot of suspension on them like you need for the endurance series. As we're watching Carson Hill make his way around for the checkered flag, as the checkered flag is waving, another win for the 126 of Carson Hill. And Eli Harris in that number 2 spot. Next time around here should be Briley Lutz here. All right. This is definitely showing you the gap. So that was Raleigh May right there getting the checkered flag. Ended up 1 lap down. And that we're watching Tillman Ewing right there in the number 5 Crosby Michaels. Tillman actually is going to be in that number 7 spot. There's Tillman Ewing right there making his way down the ski jump, and then Crosby Michaels in the number 05.
That car that went in is supposed to be last. He got last.
Oh, that's Raleigh May.
Yes, she got last.
She only got 9 laps. All right, Tillman Ewing coming around getting that checkered flag, and Crosby Michaels.
So is she last?
And there we have it. Carson Hill, Eli Harris, and Briley Lutz are number 1, 2, and 3.
And then somebody else pulled off. Carter, no.
And your top 3 are going to get the wave around over to victory lane. So
I'll be back in a minute. All right, here with Carson Hill, taking his helmet off. Carson Hill, you went again from the green flag to the checkers.
Yeah, I mean that was an awesome, tough race. Eli, everybody, it was an awesome race. Me and Eli were side by side for a couple of laps, and he was pushing, me and him were pushing. But I mean, it was an awesome race. I set my new fastest lap ever, and yeah, I mean it was an excruciating, fun, awesome race.
So I have to ask you, we're in there talking about this. You don't even seem like you're winded. Are you barely even working this car? Is it that plush for you?
Well, I mean, whenever it's dry and it has like the blue groove in there, you can just barely push it into the corners, and it'll just let the car do itself. And yeah, I mean, it was an awesome race.
Well, congratulations once again on another number 1 spot out here for round number 3. Carson Hill, good job.
Thank you.
All right, walking on over here to Mr. Eli Harris. Eli, you were on it out there. You were on Carson's tail for the number 3 spot. You got a smile on your face as always. Did you have fun?
Yes.
Now, I know are you doing the women's race again too?
Yes.
All right, so this right now though, the Youth 1000 class, you guys were running all neck and neck, and you got your way up into the 3rd position. So how was the track feeling for you?
Track felt really good.
Well, it looked good. Obviously, you're up here on the podium spot.
Yes.
All right, well, we'll see you here in just a little bit out on the course again. Congratulations on the number 3 spot.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Briley Lutz. For our Youth 1000 class, we're moving on into our next race here in just a moment. Getting them all lined up. We have our next youth class out there. It is our youth limited. We should have 11 cars that'll be out on course. Again, we're going to have a lot of cars that have raced already.
And they're getting the water truck out there, so while they're getting the track dusted off, we're going to do a quick sponsor read just to go through some of the guys that support us to help make everything happen here at Durhamtown.
Yeah, so we have Boodle Motorsports, we have Residential Grading and Septic, we have Coulter, You Call, We Haul, we have Greaves Motorsports, G-Force Racing. Let's talk about G-Force Racing.
Pam Hall.
The Ewings, the Walpoles, and Travis Snell. So thank you so much to everybody that puts what they do into this series. The series keeps growing more and more. And if it wasn't for our sponsors and all of the racers that come out here with us, we would not be doing what we do, and we love it. It's so much fun. So welcome to you. I mean, this is your second time out here.
Yes, and I am having a great time actually doing this. This has been a lot of fun, and happy we get to keep coming out and doing it. I think our next event's coming up. We got a little bit of a break during the summer, right?
We do. Yeah, we don't race during the summer, which is actually I kind of like it because it gets a little bit humid.
It's that way on asphalt too. It gets usually July, August. Like we take those months off just because, the racers would probably like to race every month, but it's real punishing on the cars. It's real punishing on the staff.
And the body of the racers, too. I mean, again, the heat and everything. Obviously, they don't have air conditioning. So we take off. We'll be back here in September is our next round out here after our break. But, it's nice to have the couple months off. People can reset. There's also other series that race really heavy during that time. So they go race, and that allows them to come back and race here and finish out the season as well. But, we will be starting here. Their water truck is out, getting some water down on the course. Not a whole bunch, but moving it along here. September 20th is our next round out here for round number 4. And that's going to be exciting because it's beautiful out here. The weather's gorgeous. And we'll get to see if anybody does any kind of changes after that. All right, what you guys are looking at right there, that is the big old jump right there at the finish line that we see some cars launch off of it. But while the wider truck is moving, I'm gonna get myself some water as well.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break here up in the booth. And, once they get the track wetted, we'll be right back with you, folks.
All right, next up, our limited youth racers out on course. It looks like we will have 11 cars out there in the number 1 spot. The 153. Well, I don't see 153 on that number 1 spot. So we should have Hudson Knight, Lincoln Phelps, Bull McElwaney, Caroline Claire Ewing, Hunter Gibson, Jared Schneider, Paxton Conroy, Philip Walpole, Grayson Bean, Henry Michael, and Emma Smith. All right, we are green flag racing once again. All right, so in that number 1 spot, looks like Lincoln Phelps got the whole shot and running out front right now. And they will be doing 6 laps as well with a competition yellow in between. All right, so Lincoln Phelps in that number 1 spot. Bo McElwaney in number 2. Hudson Knight running 3rd. Hunter Gibson 4th, Caroline Clare in that number 5 spot, Grayson Bean 7th, Philip Walpole in that number 8 spot. Number 7 car, Paxton Conroy in that number 11 spot. So Emma Smith 9th, Knox Carnes in that number 10 spot. So 11 cars out on the track.
That's a pretty healthy grid for a youth race.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is the limited, so they're a little bit different than obviously we saw for the stocks.
These guys look like they're moving a little bit quicker.
They do. They are able to, obviously, they're not completely stock, so certain things they can do to the vehicles. I'm going to have to get the rule book. I'm going to need to print myself the rule book so I know the exact difference. I
had a cheat sheet up here last time, but I unfortunately, it no longer with us.
My problem is I work for a lot of different racing associations that all have 170s in them, but some of they're all different.
Rules. Yeah. And it looked like we have a driver around there at the top of turn 4. He just went underneath your camera. I didn't see him spin. He was just sitting there in the middle of the turn.
Oh, and we got a little bit of a battle going on right here coming over the finish line. Looks like Hudson Knight and Bo McElwaney are neck and neck. So we have Lincoln Phelps, Bo McElwaney, and Hudson Knight 1, 2, and 3. Making their way around for lap number 2.
Yeah, and you can tell these guys get a little bit more air over the jump, so
Yes.
they're definitely carrying some more speed.
And let's talk about suspension. These guys, the suspension on these are not the best, obviously. I mean, you can do a little bit of work to them, and it's how much you want to put into it, but there's definitely...
Yeah, I know that's usually the pay-to-win part of racing is your suspension.
It would surprise you, some of the money some of the people put into the 170s, but
Oh, wow.
it's a starting class. I mean, this is where they start, and the better the car's set up, the faster they can go, and the more they learn, and quicker they can move up too.
And I know that's
we got a pass going on here
to the inside. Just thinking about it.
That was Hudson Knight making a pass on Bo McElwaney as Lincoln Phelps still out in the lead. Competition yellow is coming out. All right, sounds like we're going to do a little bit of a change up. We're going to have our women's class come out next. So all of our women, please make your way over there. Actually, not a change up. They're supposed to race next. So women, go ahead and make your way over to the starting area, please. Into staging, I should say, not starting area. All right, so again, Lincoln Phelps in that number 1 spot, Hudson Knight 2nd. Bo McElwaney 3rd. Hunter Gibson's running 4th. Caroline Clare in that number 5 spot. Grayson, actually, little change up. Paxton Conroy now 6th. We have 3 more cars making their way in here to cross over before competition yellow. There we go. Grayson Bean, Philip Walpole, and Knox Carnes. Emma Smith making her way around. She'll be here in just a moment. So top box racing on top of that's Caroline Clare. Her brother was Tillman Ewing that was in the class, Youth 1000 class.
Always love a good sponsor on the roof. Makes it easy for us.
Right, exactly. Exactly. I'm a big advocate of put your numbers on the tops of your cars.
Well, I'm just happy all these guys look different because in karting, there's only a handful of chassis manufacturers. Yeah. And so you get, 4 or 5 red cards, 4 or 5 blue cards, 4 or 5 white cards. They all look the same. And the numbers are so tiny in their racing. It's sometimes hard to keep track of who's who. And I love the variety with these because you got the single-seaters, the side-by-sides. Easy to pick out your favorite and follow during the race.
Exactly. Well, and again, too, like I was just saying, too, like the sport evolving too with more drones. That's another thing. If you have that number on the top, it's easier for the people that are announcing the races as well. You can't do that in karting though unless they put their number on top of their helmet.
And even then it'd be hard to read it because they're so small.
Exactly. So Paxton Conroy in that number 11 spot just made his way around and got in the lineup. Again, they all do the Delaware style start. So Lincoln Phelps gets to set the pace for the starting. Lincoln Phelps' dad races as well. He'll be out here in just a little bit. Again, like you were saying, a lot of the parents and the kids racing, and why not? It's a family sport. All right, Lincoln Phelps making his way with the green flag drop in between the cones. But Hudson Knight making a pass almost on the outside. They're not side by side, but he is now out front.
Almost getting 4 wide there on the restart. Definitely shuffling up the order there back in the mid-pack. But, yeah, your race leader shooting off quickly to a lead right here on that restart.
Yeah, so Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot now. Hudson Knight's dad races as well. All right, so they're making their way into turn number 4. Oh, look at that, a little bit of side-by-side action going on.
Yeah, it didn't look like they made contact. They got real close.
Yeah. These kids, this is such a great learning for them. I always say that they're going to be great drivers when they become of age of driving, because look at what they're doing. I mean, as long as they keep their racing to the racetracks.
We had one of our drivers at AMP was 13 running Spec Miata.
Oh, wow.
And he already had 3 full race seasons on the big course. Like, he raced karts from the time he was 8. I mean, this kid had been racing for about 7 years before he even got his learner's permit.
I'm going to have to talk to you about that Spec Miata off camera, because I've been very interested in that.
Oh, Spec Miata's a blast. I think one of the best budget-friendly racing, especially if you want to do road racing.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get more for the Legends and Bandoleros, although kind of hard here in the state of Georgia.
Yeah.
Not a lot of road courses that are running regular series for those guys.
Oh, look at that, the number 150 there of Hunter Gibson making a pass.
He goes around the outside.
Yeah, the 5 of Knox Carnes. So Hunter Gibson, his cousin races out here too. His cousin Nathan Parker will be racing in the pro class here in just a little bit. Exactly, and the white flag is out for Hudson Knight. Out in that number 1 spot with Lincoln Phelps in second. Caroline Clare in that number 3 spot. Bo McElwaney coming through 4th. All right, the 150 of Hunter Gibson.
And there's your leader all the way out by himself right now, coming down the back straightaway.
Yeah, he definitely has a very nice lead right now between him and Lincoln Phelps. And this is where I wonder if it's just fatigue, because they were running so much closer.
Now, do you think some of these guys went in from the stock into this race, and that could be affecting some of the fatigue?
Well, we'd have to look back at our last, let's see here. Emma Smith, she did race in the stock class. And I think that pretty much is it. So, yeah, no, these guys, are all
mostly,
fresh.
yeah, so they should be fairly rested. Although there's no way, if I spend a 3-day weekend out here, there's no way I'm staying rested, because I'd be driving every minute I was here.
Yeah. Well, the trails are fun, too, if you ever get a chance to go on the trails. I mean, during the day, they're open trails until, I think, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or something like that. And there is the checkered flag flying for Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot with Lincoln Phelps in second. Caroline Clare in that number 3 spot. Bo McElwaney coming through in 4th. All right, the 150 of Hunter Gibson 5th. Knox Carnes 6th. Number 7 of Paxton Connery in that 7th position. All right, we have a couple more cars coming through. The 16 of Grayson Bean and the 327 of Philip Walpole. All right, next up will be our women racers, but we're going to go over to the podium here in just a minute and get some quick interviews with these kiddos.
And I'm excited for this women's race. That was one of the most exciting ones we had last month.
Yeah.
They were side by side practically the whole way.
Yeah, it's some good racing out there.
Yeah, no, they definitely get at it, and I mean, just like the kids too, they get at it. I love any field where there's no fear. They're just foots down and they're going.
Exactly. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get these podium interviews. All right, as these kiddos are getting their helmets off so we can get a quick chat with him. All smiles over here. Getting these helmets off are sometimes a challenge here. Little cars, big helmets. All right, Dad, you got to get out of my way. All right, Hudson Knight getting out of the car. Super stoked. Hudson, that was a great race. You're out there in the number 1 spot. Did you have a blast?
Yes.
I mean, you came in super excited. I had to kick your
Battery
dad out of
level
the way
is
there for a
up.
moment. But what was your favorite
Aircraft
part?
will return to the
I
home
don't know.
point in 10
The
seconds.
whole thing.
Yeah.
How about being in that number 1 spot at the checkered flag?
I'm so happy.
Return to home.
Well, I'm super stoked for you. Your car looks good. You had fun. You had to make some passes out there though. So did you have your dad in your ears telling you when to go and make those passes and you're clear?
Yes.
All right. Well, we're going to do our other interviews later on, but congratulations in that number 1 spot, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
All right. Hudson Knight in that number 1 spot. Lincoln Phelps, you're out here in the 2nd spot. How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. What was your favorite part about the course?
Just probably the turn after the backstretch. That felt really good.
Yeah, because you're going pretty fast. Did you have to lift it all anywhere on the course?
Not really.
Well, you looked really good out there as well. You guys were battling out lots of back and forth. You were leading there for a little bit, and here you are in that number 2 spot. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Lincoln Phelps. In this number 3 spot, Caroline Clare. Here you are in the 3rd spot, and you are all smiles. You had fun, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. All right. So what was your part about the course that you had the most fun on?
Probably the backstretch.
That seems to be the thing for all of you kiddos in the 170s and stuff because you have to keep on the gas the whole time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, exactly. Well, you're up here in this number 3 spot. Congratulations. We'll get our other interview later on.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for our 1, 2, and 3 of our Youth Limited. Now we're moving on over here into our women's class. I believe we will have 5 racers out on course. Yep, we have 5 out there. So Dana Regis, Briley Lutz, Lisa Whitmer, Joanna Gonzalez, and Jeannie Snyder will be out on the course here.
All right, we can do battery change. I also need to go change.
I loved that interview just now with the kids and Hudson Knight getting out and getting on top of his car, celebrating. Super stoked for those kiddos, all 3 of them. Hudson Knight, Lincoln Phelps, and Caroline Claire Ewing.
Yeah, and you got to love their energy.
Yes.
It's hard not to be into the sport when you see folks having such a good time like that.
I thought it was funny. Dad was helping him get his helmet off. I'm like, okay, my turn. But yeah, no, these women's classes, super stoked. Like you were saying earlier, that it's a good race. I have to tell you, when I came out here for the first women's race, I had never even been on the track.
Oh, wow.
And I'd never driven my son's race car. So it was a learning curve. Hey, I got 5th, but there was only 5 cars. But I was just excited
hey, top
to
5.
finish.
Not a bad.
Not a bad finish. No, it was fun. I did not.
Hey, we get races with 3 carts, in the senior division, or we call them the legends, but the 50 plus crowd, and those guys are just as happy. We call their name on the podium and give them the trophy.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Top 5, top 10, just. I think being out on the racetrack is winning, to be honest with you.
And you don't have to really say how many cars were in your class. I mean, it's all.
Yeah, I got 3rd this weekend. I got 5th.
Exactly. Oh, and I do have to correct myself on that last race, the number 150. I was questioning myself about it being Nathan Parker's cousin, and it was not. So yeah. Anyways, our 5 ladies.
What I've learned is just act like what you said was true until someone comes and yells at you in the booth.
Yeah. Well, I saw Nathan out there. I'm like, I think I was wrong. He's like, yeah, we were laughing about it. But now we have, again, Jeannie Snyder's at number 777. Her name's not up on the screen right now, but she is our number 5 car, the green cage. And here we go. Dana Regis, the top qualifier. She is in a general. It's basically a farm vehicle. So out there racing in that, and she's already in that number 2 spot. Looks like Briley Lutz is in the number 2 spot. All right, here we are. Let's see. That is Briley Lutz in that number 1 spot with Dana Regis in the number 2. As you can see, Briley launching down that ski jump. And we have some really close racing going on between 1, 2, and 3. So Briley Lutz, Dana Regis, and Lisa Whitmer, 1, 2, and 3. I can tell you that is not John in the number 05. That is Joanna Gonzalez.
And it looked like third place landed a little bit funny there coming out of turn 1. Trying to get that car straightened back up, or well, side by side. What do we call these things? I'm used to saying cars and carts. Yeah,
side by side.
Trying to get that side by side straightened back up.
Yes.
And she lost a little bit of ground, although starting to charge back up, get some of it back. She comes charging in that downhill section right there, coming across the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, you could see Lisa just now in the when she came off the ski jump, the jump she was on, which was turn number 4, I believe. She was a little right of that turn. You got to make sure you're setting yourself up perfectly, and she's super fast out there in that Yamaha though. And you can see they're taking that turn number 6 high. That's the one where if you get over a little too high, it'll grab your tires and take you over. As Briley Lutz is still out in that number 1 spot. Dana Regis in number 2, Lisa Whitmer 3rd. Joanne Gonzalez in that number 4 spot. So Jeannie Schneider in the number 777. But right now we are watching our back stretch. As you can see, they go over the 3 little, I say they're not really a rhythm section, but that's where we have some people that take those jumps a little too fast and sometimes get a little bit off, and we've seen a gnarly roll yesterday in qualifying with our Dominique. He's okay. A lot of people were asking about him and saw him, talked to him this morning, and he's all good. But it was probably one of the gnarliest crashes I've seen out here. As you can see, Briley, that is the ski jump that she just went down. She's going into turn number 6. Turn number 6 right before our finish line turn. Dana still running in that number 2 spot. Lisa Whitmer in 3rd.
I would say our guy out there at the start-finish line's probably got the best seat in the house right now.
Yeah, right? Exactly. He might beg to differ because he's standing in the sun.
I don't know. As a race fan, that'd be pretty fun.
Yes. Well, we're right at it, too. We're just in a building. And you're sitting down, actually. I'm standing up, and I can see it. It's a great seat right here for sure. As we're watching Briley Lutz making her way around, they will be coming into competition yellow, I believe, this time around. I apologize. They're doing 10 laps, so they are only, they have one more lap before they get the yellow flag. As Briley making her way around here. Dana, little bit of a gap happening, so next lap around they'll get a competition yellow. So the jump you just saw them going over, what they do is they come off of our finish line jump right directly into a left-hand turn into another jump. It's all about strategy on those areas. All right, as we're watching these ladies, we're getting some batteries changed out, I believe, in our drones to get them back up in the air.
Yeah, we've got one drone down right now. I don't know what's going on with him. We've been hollering at the radio. That's why I've been a little quiet over here.
No, you're totally fine. Totally fine.
Yeah, this course is so spread out. It's trying to get coverage across everywhere is Yeah, we obviously want to bring you as much comprehensive coverage as we can, so sometimes jumping around between parts of the field.
All right, and there is our competition yellow. There's somebody standing behind you, but he's refusing to come over and talk to me. It's my kiddo.
I've got a headset he can throw on if he wants to hop in here.
He's refusing. I don't know. Hank, what you doing? How you feeling?
Good.
All right, so you're a few races away before you go out. Qualifying yesterday, I think it was, 5th place, but you did some changes to the tire pressures in the car a little bit, cleaned it up. Are you ready for the race?
Hope so.
You hope so. You should say, I am. You got to be positive thoughts. Are you having fun watching the women's race?
Yeah, I'm rooting for the general.
Oh, yeah, that's Dana. She's doing pretty good. She's holding her own in that number 2 spot.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, you're Mr. Talkative. Thank you for speaking a little bit with me. Good luck, kiddo, in the race.
Thank you.
All right, as we are on the competition yellow right now, that is Briley Lutz sitting in the number 1 spot.
Man, I can only imagine when I was playing youth league sports, if my mom had the mic up in the booth, how that would have gone.
You know, I have to say, I've interviewed him before in the booth, and he talked a little bit more, but yeah.
I'd be up there going, come on, go, pass him. You know,
He's no stranger. He's been talking on a mic for a while because he did a lot of circle track racing. And anyways, we're back green flag racing here. Briley Lutz still in the number 1 spot. It looks, there were a little bit of contact almost right there between Dana or Briley and Joanna, I think. Not Briley and Joanna, Dana. Let's see here.
No. We don't need fries. I'll take fries. Oh, wait. Fries.
right now watching your leaders as they're coming down out of turn 3 into turn 4. Basically making a giant U-turn, going to head right back up the hill.
All right, so Jeannie Schneider actually is in the number 5 spot. So we'll get that fixed up there. But Dana Regis and Joanne Gonzalez, they were battling it out there as we're watching Briley Lutz make her way around. And look at that. See how high in that turn that Dana was. That's where it can grab you.
You can see the rooster tail, too, from all the dirt they threw out there.
That last turn right there, right before they make that jump. I mean, and those 3 are battling it out. You know that what they're thinking in their head is they're trying to pass, obviously, but that turn is such a difficult turn that a lot of drivers just can't seem to get it down. It's a weird kind of turn. Oh, we can see right now, look at there's a pass going on the back. That is Joanna Gonzalez making her way around
They're like overheating or something.
Dana Regis. So Dana Regis, contact was made just now with Joanna.
Bro, it went through so fast. I'm like going
And I believe that's Lisa Whitmer in the red car.
so I'm going to try to catch up and then I'll...
They made a little contact, but they held on to it. As we are watching our first place car, she'll be making her way up into completing another lap, still in that number 1 spot. So Briley Lutz, first place. Looks like we have somebody pulling off here. So Joanne Gonzalez in that number 2 spot. That is Dana Regis in the number 47. That pulled off here right before the last turn of the start-finish line. There was a little bit of contact made. I'm not sure if that's what ended up happening or not. All right, let's see. It looks like she's possibly going to get moving again. Came in and had a little quick chat there. All right, so 47 back, moving of Dana Regis. As you can see there.
And that's your leader. Briley Lutz just came across the start-finish, ran the fastest lap of the race that last time by.
Yeah, Briley, she also just ran, too, in the Youth 1000 class in that same vehicle. As we're watching Dana make her way around. She had a great run going for herself, too. It's just a bummer that whatever happened has put her back into that number 5 spot. But look at her. That's like an arm vehicle.
Yeah.
She's railing around these turns.
And just behind her, you see the battle. I believe that's the battle for 3rd and 4th right now. And they are almost half a lap back.
Yeah, definitely a huge gap here. Well, again, I'm sure you see this in the road racing and everything. When you start battling it out with somebody, that's also holding up your time. So
Yes.
it's also giving the people that are out front not battling against each
Yeah,
other.
lets the people behind you catch up and the people in front of you get away.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. As we're watching Briley Lutz here make her way around turn number 6, taking it a little wide there. And now that is the 05 of Joanna Gonzalez and the 76 of Lisa Whitmer. White flag is waving as well. So we still have Jeannie Schneider out there. I'm not sure where she is at because there's quite a gap out here between all these vehicles. As there we're watching again Dana Regis. And there's our leaders right there. That goes to show you how much
What the gap is on the field, yeah.
I mean, Dana did stop and pull off for just a second, but yeah, that's definitely still a huge gap. And that is our number 2 and 3 spot battling it out still with Joanna Gonzalez and Lisa Whitmer, as Lisa looks like she's looking for that inside line.
This is the closest battle on track right now.
It
Final
is.
lap.
Woo. Taking a little tight there. Only 3 turns to go as the checkered flag is in hand for our leader. We're watching our number 2 and 3, Joanna Gonzalez and Lisa Whitmer. Last turn here. Who will make this finish into the 2 position? It looks like it's going to be Joanna Gonzalez. And there we have, look how close that 2 and 3
Yeah,
is.
that was almost a side-by-side finish at the line.
Yeah, the side-by-side right here at the line, we've seen it happen. It's scary.
Yeah, it's pretty narrow there. I'm just happy there's a couple of big trees on either side of our position.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, so right now in that number 1 spot, the 538 of Briley Lutz, the 2nd position, the 05 of Joanna Gonzalez, and the 3rd position, the 76 of Lisa Whitmer. It looks like Lisa ended up with the fastest lap, or her last time was the fastest lap.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
getting.
it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, catch a word that she was overheating during that race.
Yeah. I know they were having some issues with the axle boots yesterday, and so I had to get those zip tied on. Because I guess these Generals, the way their boots are, they're so close that like it was ripping off the clamps that go on the boots.
Well, I got word during that last race our drone is overheating, so that's awesome.
It's warm out there. All right, so I'm going to make my way over to the finish line here once again. All right, here with Briley Lutz making her way, getting her helmet off. Briley, now you're out here in the number 1 spot, so a 1 and a 3 for the day. How you feel?
Really good.
I mean, you're out there battling out with some women that are behind you. I don't know if you even knew, but they were battling super hard behind there. But right now, it's all about you in that number 1 spot. Great racing out there.
Thank you.
So, again, we talked about it, I think, earlier, the favorite part of the track or whatnot. But you were taking the turns good, like the track starts drying out. Do you like it when it's a little bit more slick out there or when the track starts to dry out and come together?
When it's more dry.
Yeah, exactly. Your tires grip are just a little bit different, don't they?
Yes.
All right. Well, congratulations in that number 1 spot, and we'll talk to you later on.
Thank you.
All right. Let's give it up our number 1 of Briley Lutz. Now the 05 right here, Joanna Gonzalez, number 2 position right here. It was a close race.
Oh yeah, she kept hitting that was my mom.
Mom and daughter racing against each other.
Oh yeah, I was taking the turn over there and she came and slammed right across from me.
Well, you guys were definitely battling it out. I saw you guys touch there just a little bit. This will be fun in the pits then, won't it?
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize, I have no idea why I didn't realize that was your mom back there behind you. But here you are, though, in the number 2 spot. Feeling pretty good?
I feel great.
You beat your mom, so that's what is even better, huh?
Oh yeah, that's a great accomplishment.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll get you later on at the podiums, but congratulations on your number 2.
Thank you.
All right, now we're moving on to our 3rd place. Battling it with your daughter. Yeah. I didn't even realize 1 or 2 and 3 here. Good race, though.
It was a great race. I really didn't want her to beat me.
I know, I just said, you probably heard me say it's going to be fun in the pits here in just a little bit. But in the number 3 spot, you were looking really good out there, pushing the car to the limits for the most part, it seemed like.
Yeah, I'm just learning this, so this is the 2nd time that I've been in this car.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, completely different kind of driving. You're shifting and everything else, so totally different.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Well, you look good out there getting this top 3 right here, so congratulations. We'll see you later on.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, that is the completion of our women's class. Didn't even realize mother, daughter 2 and 3 until they came in, so that'd be fun. All right, and that women's class complete. We're moving on here into our youth open, another youth modified class with our, looks like we're going to have 4 vehicles out there, so we'll get those started here in just a minute. All right, we are just getting the water truck coming off. Thank you for tuning in to the show at home, and everybody that's around here watching live. Thank you again for being out here and cheering on all of our racers, supporting our racers. We'll be going live racing here in just a moment with our youth modified class. All of our racers that'll be out there have already raced once today, so they'll be out there racing once again. We have Hudson Knight in the number 153, Lincoln Phelps in the 32, Bo McElwaney in number 127, and then the 327, Philip Walpole. So all 4 drivers have already been out, well seasoned for the day.
All right, I got you back, Collins. You're good.
All right, they're doing the water truck. It's parked, so here in just a moment we'll get going here.
And you get it going. That's why we love it when talent can watch the stream and respond to everybody.
Exactly. We got lots of people on here cheering on Briley Lutz, who just now finished up racing, and Lisa and Joanna. Ariel Byarski, who'll be out here in just a little bit as well. And then the Top Box Racing. Top Box Racing is the group of kids that we have Carson Hill, Eli Harris, Caroline Claire Ewing, Tillman Ewing. That's the little group of Top Box Racing, which is really cool to see that they're creating their own company, basically.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right. You're welcome. Carson's right here. And Miss Caroline Claire. I always call her Carolina Claire. I've done it since the beginning, and I've always been like, I'm so sorry, but it's it became a thing. I've seen these kids grow up basically out here at racetracks, from Ultra 4 to out here at Durhamtown to Oklahoma when we were there, all these different tracks.
It's always awesome when you get to see them climb the ladder and just go through the ranks. And just see the progression, especially when they start in kid karts. You see them all the way up through, early teens and, starting to hit those traveling leagues. It's a lot of fun.
Exactly. I just saw Mr. Bruce Davidson walk by here. He had a tumble yesterday as well, but right now it's all about the kids on the track taking the green flag. Hudson Knight, Lincoln Phelps, Philip Walpole, and also Bo McElwaney. Again, all 4 of these kids have already been out. They've already been on the track. They've already raced once.
Hey, getting seat time.
Yes. Seat time is the best. I'm a huge advocate for seat time whenever I talk about stuff with racers. And I have to be honest, when I came out here and did the women's race, I'm such an advocate of seat time, and I hadn't even been in the seat of the race car I was in. So it would be fun to get back out there with the ladies. So maybe at another time. You might have to be on your own at that point if I go for one race.
Well, it's one thing to get out here and turn laps by yourself. It's another thing to do it wheel to wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of like with running a broadcast too. You can only set it up and practice so much, but once you get all the cameras running, it's it's how you get seat time.
Exactly. All right, it looks like we have Mr. Hudson Knight out in front. So here's the other trick with this. Obviously, fresh water down on the track. It's so slick. These kids can spin out super easy, so they have to watch out because, as you can see, the water spots are just spurts of it, so they didn't quite have it 100% all the way watered down.
And yeah, you can see some of that water right there from this shot.
Yeah.
So they're coming down the back straightaway. I think what it is as the water truck's going over the hill, all the water sloshes to the back. The pump runs dry for a second.
Yeah.
Or when he's going through the turns.
Exactly. At least we don't have some tracks have so steep of turns that the water trucks can't make it up. But thank goodness they can't do that here. But again, that is Hudson Knight right there, our race leader out in front he has quite the lead already too over Lincoln Phelps. There's Lincoln Phelps right there. They're getting ready to go down that ski jump here in just a moment.
And there you can see him coming out the top of your screen going down the ski jump. Making their way into turn, I believe that's turn 6.
Yes, that is turn 6, and then 7 right up here right before the finish line. All right, here we have Bo McElwaney running in that number 3 spot, Philip Walpole in the number 4.
And that is your race leader just coming by the bottom of your screen right now. Off to a pretty hefty lead right now. There's second place just coming in under the bottom.
Yeah, Lincoln Phelps. Again, his dad will be racing too here in just a little bit. And there we are watching the 327. That is Philip Walpole. I like his camouflage looking car.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good livery on there. I like that.
He does.
And now we're looking back up at the front here. You can see your leader going up the hill into turn 5. That was second and third that just went by your screen. Drone operator threading the needle through the trees right there.
There's lots of trees out here. That is for sure. A lot of protection, I guess I should say. Shade and, well, not really protection for the vehicles, but we've seen some of the race cars hit these trees before, and it's not usually good.
Yeah, great shot of them hitting that ski jump coming down the hill.
Yeah, that was the 127 of Bo McElwaney. All right, now we are on a caution, I believe. It must be, let's see. I guess we're doing the competition yellow here. All right, as you see our drivers stopping over there for lineup.
Yeah, whoever just brought this hamburger in here, thank you. That was... it reminds me, you know, you always got to talk about the...
Toppings.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's full service here.
They do take care of us. We always get some good food every time.
Where is the concession stand? Normally, you know, as the announcer, you got to hype the concessions.
It's they have to go over. It's where the store is.
Oh, okay.
All right, green flag once again. So that was the competition yellow, as Hudson Knight already making his way out front just quite a bit. So we have Lincoln Phelps and Bo McElwaney. They were side by side. Now it looks like Lincoln Phelps in that number 2 spot. Bo McElwaney right there in third. Again, this is our youth modified class. Obviously, you can see there's a lot more speed. They can actually jump a lot more as well, as these kiddos are out here having fun. I mean, who else in the world would be like, oh, what are you doing this weekend? Oh, I'm going to go racing.
Well, all the cool kids.
All the cool kids. And some are like, man, I'm just going to the beach. Like,
you know, all the football and baseball players wearing their jerseys on Fridays. You know, see the racers wearing their race suits.
Exactly, exactly. All right, and here we have Hudson Knight once again coming across the finish line for lap number 4, going on out lap number 4. Lincoln Phelps, and then Philip Walpole and Bo McElwaney. You can see they get a little bit squirrely there, and that actually is like due to the water when they land and they're on their gas. That makes them just a little bit squirrely. As we're watching Hudson Knight and Lincoln Phelps and Bo McElwaney, 1, 2, and 3.
Jeff's the one putting in all the work right now. I'm going to have to pay him extra.
All right, great time right here. White flag is out as the 130 or 127 of Bo McElwaney getting a little bit. Wanted to just show us off his donut skills. Let's just say that. The 127 of Bo.
Yeah, we call that the spin cycle. We usually only see that on a wet track.
It looks. All right, so Lincoln Phelps, he is off the track. He did not come around. Oh, I'm sorry, Hudson Knight. Thank you, Robin. So Lincoln Phelps.
Yeah, they just heard him say on the radio they're going to put a yellow out.
Yeah, so Hudson Knight off the course here. The caution is out.
We're going to have to see if we can find where that is on the
with our cameras here. There's an area up here at the top of the track where it's kind of hard for us to see.
Oh. Yeah, you can see it right there.
Yeah, so he's up there. That is turn number 5, right before the ski jump. But caution is out, so he is good. We got word that Hudson is good, Hudson Knight. He actually won just a few moments ago in our limited class.
That's going to be a tough break. Although we're not quite at the competition caution, so.
Oh, there is a, okay. So he's actually right behind us. There's a berm right here behind us, right before this finish line jump.
Oh.
So he went over that berm.
Oh, yeah, you just saw him at the top of the screen coming. Oh, dang.
And that's his dad walking down to put his neck harness or his headset on. That's his dad walking down, so he's up there with him. I have to say my kid has gone over that berm before, too. Oh, okay. So steering wheel came off. Thank you, Julie, for that information. That happens. It's scary. Racers, that happens to them. That's why you pull as hard as you can on that thing when you snap that steering wheel in. But they're looking at his front right because that's quite a little ditch right there. And as fast as he was going, that had to be quite scary for him. All right, so it looks like they're checking out some tie rods and stuff to make sure all is good. These cars are finicky. Let's just say that. Before the ski jump.
Yeah, and here's a shot we got on the instant replay. You can see him
caution
way
is
off there
out,
in the
so
berm.
He is good. We
I
got
don't think we
word
caught it
that
live as he
Hudson
went
is
off.
good. Hudson Knight. He actually won just a few moments. Probably would have been in the way anyways, too, where he went. But that's good that he's all good. He's back actually. He's out there already. He's that 4th car that you see in line there as well. Are they going to do like a yellow? All right, so they're going to take them around because that would have been the checkered flag that was out. So they're going to give them one more lap. So the white flag is back out. So this is the last lap of the race for our youth modified class. All right, we'll see if he can make up any spots, but Hudson Knight.
Tower, is Hudson Knight a lap down?
All right, and we are back. Green flag racing. Lincoln Phelps up there in that number 1 spot. Bo McElwaney in 2nd. So when Bo McElwaney did his little 360 down there, as I was jokingly saying that he was turning some donuts for us, but he is now in that number 2 spot.
And you can see the field there going through turn 3, coming down the slightly less steep hill there out of 3 into turn 4. And now they're going to head all the way up to the top of the racetrack here. Track's starting to dry out a little bit. You can tell those areas in the shade are staying a little bit wetter. They're not drying out as quickly, but about to catch a great shot of these guys coming over the ski jump here.
Yeah, and again, this is the last lap. Checkered flag is already waving for Lincoln Phelps, Bo McElwaney. And look at that. He's already up into 3rd position, Mr. Hudson Knight. As Lincoln Phelps crosses the checkered in that number 1 spot, Bo McElwaney in 2nd. What a great, that was a great race for these kiddos. It's unfortunate what happened with Hudson Knight after leading the whole entire race. We saw the 127 of Bo make a little 360, but What a great race by these kiddos.
Yeah, not what you want to have happen, especially being already winning one race today. You know, you got that adrenaline, you're ready to get another one, and then to have that happen. But, yeah, that's the great thing about youth races. It teach you a lot of life lessons, and these guys are definitely out here learning.
All right, so they're just checking out some information of the situation just now with all that. But here we have, again, the 32 right there, the 127. All right, while we get this all figured out here, we're going to sit here and watch what our camera guys are doing the best, showing us all the action here, and we'll go over to the podiums here in just a moment.
And while we're waiting here, a little bit of clarification up in race control. They're trying to determine positioning, final finishing order here. But we'll go ahead and give a quick read-through of some of our sponsors here. You know, without these guys, this wouldn't be possible, so we do appreciate, you know, a lot of these guys race just for fun, and these guys are actually putting the money up, so these drivers are actually have something to race for, helping pay for this broadcast and putting a little bit of a prize purse out so these guys have something to drive for. And, you know, big shout-out to Boodle Motorsports, Residential Grading and Septic, D. Coulter, You Call, We Haul. I like that.
You call, we haul.
Slogan.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah, Greaves Duo Motorsports. We got G-Force Racing. Big shout out to them for sponsoring the broadcast through the end of the season. Floor and Decor, Design Showroom, Classic Coach Works, Old School Off-Road and Fab, Lake Country Glass and Mirror, Power Sports Carolina, Phelps Racing, Polaris of Gainesville, Freedom Race Lifts, H&H Paving, Helix Grading and Utility, and, of course, S&M Powder Coating. And we've also got some other sponsors down there, Ariel Biarski Racing, the Miss Pam Hall up here in the booth, the E-Wings, the Walpoles, and Travis Snell. So big shout-out to all the sponsors for helping us and keeping this thing funded so we can have fun out here racing.
And there's one more that's not on there is Double E Racing, which is George. He's also out here too as well. But
yeah, sorry we missed you on there, George.
He was new, very new to it, so that's one we'll add to it. But I'm going to go over to the podiums here. All right, here getting their helmets off, we got Mr. Lincoln Phelps up here in this #1 spot. Thank you, Carson. Carson over here helping stop the cars. All right, Lincoln making his way out of the car here. You can tell he is super excited. Dad, are you excited for him?
Oh, yeah, very excited.
That was a great race. All right, Lincoln, high five, man. Congratulations on that #1 spot. How you feeling about being in the #1 spot?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right. So that was quite the race that was going on with you guys. And here you are finishing off. Are you tired? Because this is what, your second race today?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to sit and now watch your dad race here shortly, aren't you?
Yeah, I think he's next. I'm not pretty sure, though. I think he's next, though.
Yeah, well, I'm super stoked that you're up here in this #1 spot. It was a great race. Great driving by you. Do you drive outside the racetrack, too? Do you go practice somewhere?
Not really much.
Well, you know what? Seat time out here at the track is the best. Congratulations on the #1 spot.
Thank you.
All right. Lincoln Phelps. Bo McElwaney, here you are in the #1 spot. I love the hair. You got the mullet going on and everything, but and the great American flag livery on your car. How you feeling right now about the race?
Very good.
Very good. I mean, you were up here in the #2 spot. You ran a great race. I jokingly, were you just trying to show us your donuts in that one turn?
No.
No. What happened there? Because you did a little bit of a 360. Was it just going too fast and needing to let up?
I drifted a little too much, and it didn't have a turning radius to go much, so I just went around.
Well, you had a very good save on it, and you're up here in the #2 spot. So what was your favorite part?
Probably going around the back straight away.
Yep, that's everybody's favorite spot. But here you are, though, second place. Congratulations on a great race out here this weekend. And we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you.
All right, Bo McElwaney. All right, Philip Walpole out here in the #3 spot. I have to say, I love the wrap on your car. Did you choose that?
My dad did.
Your dad did. Well, here we are, though, up here in the #3 spot. Great racing out there by you. And what was your favorite part?
The turns.
The turns. See, that's different. Everybody keeps saying the straightaway. So you're going to come back and race with us again, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, congratulations on this #3 spot, and we'll see you next time. But we'll get our podiums done later on. But congratulations on your great driving.
Thank you.
All right. Let's give it up for our kiddos out here in our modified class. We have another class
I
that
was gonna
is
say
getting ready to start.
you gotta hustle back. The pace car's off. We're about to get this one underway here.
All right, this is our Sportsman Turbo class. We have 6 cars out on the course. We'll have Ryan Smith, John Dobbs, Michael Neal, Jason Phelps. I don't know if he made it. Let's
Whoa, we got one way off the berm right there.
Oh. Let's see.
He's going to get back on the track there.
That's a Yamaha that we're seeing there. Let's see. That's 3. I don't even know who that one is. It looks like it was like a 306 or something. You know, pushing a little too hard. Sometimes that happens. Right now in the number 1 spot, though, Ryan Smith is still out front. I don't know who's in. That's Tillman Ewing's car. All right, I misspoke. We're in the Pro NA class.
Ah.
Come to find out, that is.
And here's
let's
a
see.
replay of that
yeah,
car going way off the
that
berm
Yamaha
right there.
Just went off again.
No, that was the replay.
I'm
Yeah,
so
sorry, no,
sorry.
that wasn't live.
Oh, I can't
I
hear
should have.
you. I need to put you in my ear. I couldn't hear you. I thought something sounded funny. Sorry about that.
Yeah, trying to cut back to that so we
There.
can show the folks at home that shot again.
I love it that you have the instant replay like that so quickly for us. All right, so that's Ryan Smith in that 111. Our race director is in the bright orange and yellow. That's Everett Boodle.
Oh, so he's in second right now.
Yeah. And then we have Tristan Snell. I'm not sure who is in that Yamaha. All right, so that is Tristan Snell in that number 111. And the 06 is Mr. Boodle, Jeb Boodle. All right, here is Santana Snell. All right, sorry, I got a little off on all of my names there for a minute. Lots of action going on. Lots of new additions into the entry as well. All right, so Tristan Snell in that 111 with Jeb Boodle running closely behind. And Tillman Ewing's Polaris RS1. And the 301, that is Cody Gifford. And then we have Santana Snell out there in the number 112. She normally races that over in the endurance race. So the number 76 Nathan Whitmer's out in the number 76 there, making the way around. It looks like we are going to our competition yellow here next.
And you can really see the dust kicking up here, so definitely need a second for that to settle out a little bit, because I know visibility is going to start getting hard for some of these drivers.
Well, and that's the hard part about this kind of racing. With the short course style racing, you have to stay in front of the track, on top of the track. If you ever let it get behind, then it turns into a complete dust bowl. And they do a really good job here about watering the track and keeping on top of it. But it's a lot of work in the desert, in the dirt world, this kind of sports of racing.
And there goes third place across your screen. As everybody's going to get gridded back up for the restart, this 10-lap feature with a competition caution at the halfway point. All right, looks like they got things gridded back up, and we are going to be underway here momentarily.
All right, sorry about that. You saw me scrambling around getting some information here. Had Mr. John Dobbs come and offer me some sandwiches as well, which was awesome. But right now, we are back at green flag racing. Tristan Snell taking out the, he obviously started out in the front spot, so he's holding on to that. Jeb Boodle running in that number 2 spot, but look at that, Nathan Whitmer.
And this is definitely going to group everybody back up, too.
Cody Gifford was trying to make a run there on our 1 and 2. And then Santana Snell. All right, we have one more car out there. I'm not sure where he's at. Nathan Whitmer somewhere out there. Man, they are. You see the difference in the jump?
Oh,
the jumping now with the guys with this, the speed. And Jeb Boodle, obviously, I mean, he races with Champ as well and races all the time.
Hey, kicking up a cloud of dust as they make their way past our vantage point here in the booth.
All right, so just getting word, we were looking for Whitmer, number 76. He is, he actually pulled off the track.
Ah, so we are down a car.
All right, you can see Jeb and Tristan battling it out up there in turn number 4.
And they are still slinging it side by
Look at
side.
that. He's looking for that door.
Yeah.
It's not quite opening for him, but it's getting close.
Yeah, he's looking to the inside. Picked up a little bit of ground, but first place, just keeping that speed on the outside.
Again, this is when you're, following that lead car so closely behind, you're just waiting for them to make that one small mistake. All right, here we have our 4 cars out on the track. Tristan Snell, Jeb Boodle, Cody Gifford, and Santana Snell. Nathan Whitmer did pull off the track.
And your top 3 fairly close, although really the battle's right now for first and second. Third's kind of falling back a little bit.
Yeah. Third, Cody Gifford, he's the one that's spun out, or the replay you did earlier.
Yeah.
All right, so white flag will be coming out next lap around, not right now, obviously. Or actually 2 laps to go before the white flag comes out.
Yeah, check out the hang time as they come down the ski jump there. I mean, and how do you set up these cars for all these different jumps here? Because you see some of them, they tabletop a little bit. Some of them, they can land just perfect.
It's all about having a good shock person. We have two of the best in the business that are out here this weekend, and they've been doing nothing but working on these cars. Especially their customers they want everybody to be good, good handling cars. But yeah, between Double E and also having Gary with G-Force out here, it's all about setup. It's all about shocks and driving skill. Some of these jumps, if you hit them a little weird, it can totally throw you off. And also when you're going off of these jumps, it's all about your gassing of how you take the jump when you lift. And you can't land on the gas because they're belt driven. It'll just tear your belt apart. There's so much to it besides just gas down the whole time.
Yeah, that's something I wouldn't even think about, getting behind the wheel of one of these things. I'd just be hanging on for dear life.
They're actually really fun. We'll have to get you in one sometime. But right now, in hand for Tristan Snell, the white flag is out. Jeb Boodle. Cody Gifford is still trying to make up some ground. They're pretty well even spaced apart right now between 1, 2, and 3. And Tristan Snell just made her way over, but right now it's 1, 2, and 3. Tristan Snell.
That third place is just hammered down right now.
Yeah, I think his stuff.
He wasn't even getting that car straight. He just stayed in it the whole time.
Oh, and you see Jeb Boodle. See, that was a little bit of a mistake by Jeb. Doesn't look like it was any advantage to Cody Gifford, though.
Had some great work from our second camera drone.
Yeah, very good work. I love it.
Finally got it cooled down, got the batteries in it, fired back up.
They need their own mini ACs on them, right?
You'd be surprised how quickly they're fine when it runs, but then the battery gets too hot and it won't recharge.
Yeah. All right, checkered flag is waving. Tristan Snell in that number 1 spot. Jeb Boodle second. Cody Gifford in that number 3 spot.
He caught back up. He was
did.
running fast that last lap, but a little too late.
Yeah, exactly.
He needed to do some of that a couple laps prior, but definitely keeping it interesting, keeping the guys up front on their toes. And there you can see just off the top of your screen, 4th place, Santana Snell, rounding out your field of 4 drivers that were able to stay out for the entire race. Nathan Whitmere having some trouble pulling off at lap 4. But that's going to be your finishing order. Tristan Snell in first, Jeb Boodle in second, Cody Gifford in third, and Santana Snell is going to be your 4th place driver. And I think you're going to be heading out there in a second to get a word with the.
I am. I don't think our number 2 is going to be going over there because it's Jeb, and he's got a race direct for Everett because Everett's getting in the car. But right now, heading over
it looks
to the
like there
finish.
is somebody kind of creeping down the course right there.
Everybody that's sitting around here, if you have your vehicles parked behind the grandstands, they all need to move. This is our podium spot. No vehicles except race cars should be on this side of the rope. So if you could please come move your vehicles. All right, Tristan Snell, man, what a race! There's no mistakes could be made just now during that race.
Yeah, we had to be smart and just stay out front, run our line, and keep him off of us.
Yeah, he was running close behind you, but I mean, you ran your race and your race only, and that's what you were focused on. Like you said, you knew he was back there, but if you start letting that get in your head, it also can make you make a mistake.
Yeah, we were just trying to be smart, not make a mistake, and just don't let him capitalize on any mistake.
And that's something we were just talking about on the live show, right? Like when you're closely falling behind somebody, you just are waiting for him to make that one tiny mistake to get past. But good job out there. Great racing. That was one of the most exciting ones today so far.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get you later on at the podiums, but congratulations, Tristan Snell. All right. Jeb Boodle. We're like, who is in Tillman's car? And here it is, you. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was a good race. You know, I was really kind of expecting just to ride in the back because I'm leading in points in Pro-Am right now, so I needed to find a loaner car since my actual race car is in Wisconsin when we were in the Champ Off-Road Series. But yeah, asked Ewings and Top Box Racing for a car, and they said, yeah, take it out for a spin and see how you like it. And I was like, all right, so I'm just going to cruise around in the back and get some points, nothing too serious. But then as soon as I jumped out to second on the start, I'm like, well, I have to give it at least one shot. So I was sticking with Tristan there for a little bit, but my power steering kept going in and out and got a really good workout in the process. But, yeah, I just want to thank the Ewings, Top Box Racing, Durhamtown for a great track. It was great out there. Conditions were awesome. And, yeah, Razor Racing and, yeah, everyone else that let me have this car to stay in points.
I mean, you are definitely out of breath right now, but I have to ask you, I mean, I know that you are a Polaris racer. Have you ever raced an RS1 ever?
A couple times, but I don't think I've ever raced a full race in it. So, first time on an RS1 because now we're in the new XP 1000 platform. So, no, they're a fun car. Definitely like being in the center. And, yeah, it was definitely a good race and I had a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, I know you got some more work to do down in the infield because you're a double duty now right this weekend. So congratulations on the number 2 spot.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Jeb Boodle. We're going to move on over here to Mr. Cody Gifford. Man, you were putting on a show out there.
Oh, yeah, it's a little bit different than what I'm used to in Florida. It took a little bit to getting used to, but I think we'll be back for the rest of the series now.
I mean, this is definitely a fun track for sure, but you got off track a little bit there. What happened?
I think the car setup was off a little bit, and the tracks down in Florida are not this fast, so we'll be back for sure.
So you got to learn the speed in the car then.
Yeah, it's way more high speed here than what I'm used to.
Well, welcome to Durhamtown. You just said it. You think you'll be coming out here for the rest of the season, but congratulations on the number 3 spot out here.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to thank my wife and my parents and Seminole Power Sports for helping us get here, and then you guys for putting this series on. It's great. Thank you.
Well, if we didn't have you racers coming, we wouldn't have this, so thank you for showing up, and let's keep adding to our entry list.
Yes, ma'am. We'll see you next time.
All right, and there we have it, our 1, 2, and 3 to our Pro NA class. Next up, I believe we have our Sportsman Turbo. Yes, our Sportsman Turbo race coming up here in just a minute. We should have 6 cars that'll be taking the green flag. All right, once again, thank you to everybody at home tuning in, watching this live feed. This is our second time having you guys out here, so welcome.
Yeah, well, appreciate you having us out here. It's been great.
It's a great
learning a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, you come from road racing stuff and from, pavement, and here we are in the dirt. I mean, you're probably going to go, wow, I did not expect my stuff to get that dirty, but.
Well, much like Kyle Larson, I try and get good at all the disciplines of racing, but, from this side of it, from, behind the camera.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. No, it's pretty cool. I have our timing guy looking at something. I wonder if I hit a wire, so I'm going to get out of the way. But no, it's awesome having this live feed here at Durhamtown. I know that we had done one last year at our Thanksgiving race. I believe it's the last time we did it. It was literally one camera, and we were down in the middle of the track, and it got such good traction to where the whole entire crew was like, we need to get this going.
Yeah, well, they were talking to me because I was talking, Tommy Clark, Sean Ashmore, a couple of the guys that run here were with us at the AXS series that I do up at Lanier Motor Speedway. And they came in, they had a little bit of a side-by-side invasion, and I think they're coming for our June 7th event. And they said, you guys got to come out and cover some racing down at Durhamtown. And, I'm happy Everett picked the phone up and gave me a call. So,
yeah,
we're having a good time with this. And
well, we're having a great turnout, too, for Memorial Day weekend. But having the live feed for the people at home watching is amazing for that to happen as well.
And I also love this booth, too. I don't know why. It's like a little deer blind. But
yeah, exactly.
It's so cozy in here. We got a live family of birds up in the rafters here. If it sounds like I got a squeaky wheel on an axle in here, There's actually like 4 little baby chicks up in the rafter
I
here.
totally thought that it was something of your machinery over here, like squeaking, and then they're like, no, there's baby birds up here. I'm like, oh, okay. Pretty funny to see. Have some video of them and some pictures.
So right now, I think timing and scoring is
Rerouting a wire.
working a little bit. So
All right, we're just getting all set up here for our next race. So give us just a few moments here. I think we're playing wire Tetris.
Give us 2 seconds, please. I'm trying something else.
All right, right now we are doing a sight lap. They just did some fresh water, so sight lapping our Sportsman Turbo class. We'll be going green flag racing here in just a moment.
Hey, Mikey, if you need to, grab that battery brick that's got a 100-watt output.
It's not the, it's
Oh, okay.
for sure the S or the smart
Okay.
motor. Yeah, we tried.
As we can see, they are making their way around here. So we should have out on the course today for our Sportsman Turbo class, our number 248 of Ryan Smith, the number 55 of John Dobbs, the 47 of Michael Neal, 32 of Jason Phelps, number 7 of Jared Schneider, and the 777 of Brylan Tyler. And it looks like we have another add-on here, number 47. As you can see, our drone is following behind our race cars. They are making their way around with the pace car He'll pull off here in just a minute, and then they have a certain area of the cones that they will start in. If we keep following this, we'll be able to see where they have their area. So Everett Boodle making his left-hand turn, he'll pull off, and there's the 2 orange cones on each side of the track. You have to start within those orange cones. John Dobbs, with that top qualifying position, is the one who sets the pace for the start.
And look at that, first place already off. And
Yes.
I guess he gets to pick when the pack goes, but he pulled off to at least about a 10-car advantage there.
Right off the bat, exactly. Yeah, so John Dobbs in that number 1 spot. We had one car that looked like they were taking a little high line there.
Yeah, we got one car a little off pace there in the back. Not sure who that is. Might have come down a little funky there on one of those jumps. But right now making their way back up the hill at turn 5. And down the ski jump.
Yeah, that ski jump too right now with the fresh water is a little slick when you land, as you can see the water puddles.
Yeah, you could see them lift a little bit.
Oh, see right there. You got a car.
Almost.
As Jason Phelps. Jason Phelps.
He just.
The 777 did not realize, I don't think, that he had a car on his side.
He was all over the track there, inside to outside line, in traffic.
Getting our timing all good, and those little birds are chirping here. But look at this battle going on there. See, again, wet track. So the first couple laps, probably first 3 laps, is going to take for them to get those lines burned in, and then after that, it's just going to completely change
once you
the
start
track.
seeing that dust trail, you know the track's drying out a little bit.
Yes. Well, and also, too, if they take a little bit of a high line where the water didn't get, which happens as well, they go up there and they hit the, what do they call that? I know it's like up in the marbles, up in short.
Yeah, like in a dirt track.
Yeah.
Ride the curtain.
Yes, exactly. As John Dobbs is still out in the lead, we'll see him in just a second.
And that was your leader that just went past us.
So Jared Schneider is out in that number 2 spot. You can see the red car that just crossed over. All right, and that right there is the number 32 of Jason Phelps. He's running in the number 3 position, I believe. All right, as our vehicles are making their way around, letting the track come to them, as we call it.
And there's your leader just off the top of your screen heading up into turn 5. As the rest of your field coming by you right here on the exit of turn 3.
And there's our ski jump we should be seeing. That is our second place car, Jared Schneider. Jason Phelps, as in the bottom of the screen, that was John Dobbs, our race leader, making his way around the finish line just now. And you can see the dust trails are definitely flying when they get high line.
Starting to get a little dusty out here.
Yes. It dries up really quick.
Well, happy to have that water truck, though. It definitely helps. I know there's usually about an inch of dirt on all my stuff when we get done with these. So every little bit helps keep that dust down. Definitely keep visibility okay for these drivers.
Yes, for sure. They try to water like every couple races, every couple classes. Sometimes they have to do it more often, but that is our race leader right there, John Dobbs.
Getting a little squirrely.
Yes, his first couple rounds here. And I was getting ready to say.
Oh, and he's over the berm. Oh, he's riding that thing like a bull bout. Oh, he's going the wrong way.
He's getting back on the track.
Back on the race line. Got to sit. Oh, wow.
My goodness.
Cut off second place. Look at that. Still in the lead. I don't know. That's got to be a penalty.
I have to tell you a story about him. I was literally getting ready to say it as that happened. That turn, when he first started racing here, he rolled every time. And he finally got it down, and then he just now took it too high, and my goodness gracious.
Well, we're about to hit the competition caution next time by, so we'll pull that one up on the replay once we finish this lap.
I have to tell you, that was luck between him and the number 7. That could have been very, very bad.
That was a racer desperately trying to get back on the racetrack and not paying attention to everybody else.
Yeah.
That could have gone way worse.
Yeah, that definitely, I mean, again, luck. See, he's sliding around those corners because of the water
Well,
track.
what's crazy is how much faster he is than everybody else, because you can see he did all that in the lead and got back on track and was still in the lead.
He got lucky. that car did not nail him.
I'm not going to lie. If I was playing an Xbox right now, that's the kind of driving I'd be doing.
I would be the one off the track. I cannot drive in racing games. I can tell you that much. But yeah, as you can see, John Dobbs making his way around right now to the competition yellow. So John Dobbs in that number 1 spot, the 7 of Jared Schneider in 2nd. Jason Phelps 3rd.
Yeah, we're going to
Wes Manis in this number 5th position. But actually the 47 of Braden Eason, then Wes Manis.
We're going to pull this up on the replay here.
We have 2 47s out on the track right now.
Braden Eason is this 47. Mike Neal is the first 47. Sorry, I don't have it here. My bad.
All right, so that was Mike Neal in the 47.
And here's that replay
let's see
earlier. We'll see if we can slow this down. But look at that. Almost loses it. Almost loses it again. Is running counter now on the back straightaway. Turns that thing around and then just hammers down, jumps back on track. And look at that. Almost. How they did not hit there.
My goodness.
Cut off second place.
That
Look
was
at that.
insane.
Still
Man,
in the lead.
I
would be surprised if that's not that's got to be a penalty.
I have to tell you a
Unsafe
story
entry
about
back
him.
on the
I was
racetrack,
literally
but,
getting ready to say
you know,
it
that's
as
me
that
race directing
happened.
from a road racing standpoint. How they run it here at Durhamtown, I mean, I'm happy I'm not the race director on that one.
That's Mr. Boodle. Oh, and there's Boodle right there, getting everybody. Actually, I think that's Jeb. Jeb, because
yeah, that was
getting in a car.
That was our arcade racing moment of the day.
Yeah, so that is Jeb right there, getting everybody all lined up, coming off of his 2nd place finish in the Pro NA class just a few moments ago. Yeah, that's, you guys, I mean, your camera people having that's something like, usually you go, I missed it, or I didn't have a camera on it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my
we
goodness.
were talking earlier about short form content. That's the clip right there.
Exactly.
That's what you go put up on the Facebook and Instagram reels.
Exactly.
But man, that could have gone way worse. I mean, exciting from our vantage point. I mean, that's a little bit of a pucker factor watching it.
That number 7 probably puckered for sure.
Oh yeah. I'm sure if he had a Dixie horn blaring as he's jumping back on track, Dukes of Hazzard style.
Oh my goodness.
That was absolutely wild. And here we go. Field is back underway. Your race leader, John Dobbs.
Yeah.
Got his foot in it. He's already taken off again.
Oh, he almost set that up a little too much. Like he got totally sideways on that corner, but it's all about how your driving skills, I guess. He's still a new driver too, for the most part. He's done some other stuff, but still for the most part a new driver. Not a full season out here at Durhamtown quite yet, but this is his first full season, I should say.
That was a great shot there of the entire field sliding through turn 4.
Getting ready to say that was such an awesome, even right here. That is our Talladega turn.
And you can still see the track a little muddy up there, so not dried out too much.
It's pretty shaded up there for the most part, so it doesn't get the direct sun as much. Man, they are staying bunched up after this competition yellow. All right, so John Dobbs in that number 1 spot, Jason Phelps in 2.
This is the Baja 1000 shot right here. They come racing down the back straightaway.
So you know about desert racing?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
My husband actually won the Baja 1000.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's fun. I work in Baja.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
We had a member up at the racetrack with a Glycan-House.
Okay.
And he would always pull that thing out and autocross it.
Huh.
And it was the weirdest looking thing. It was a Baja car.
Yeah.
You know, with tons of body roll doing a tight autocross circuit.
Yeah, that's always fun to see. These guys and gals who are out there on the course, those ones that are going through that turn number 4 just now, man, they were close together. I can't tell who they are from above, but the white and the black car, the top of your screen, they were battling out closer. John Dobbs definitely has quite the lead, as you can tell right there, because that's second and third that's just not getting ready to exit our screen.
So that's 5th and 6th right now, the battle you're talking about. And yeah, these guys are all staying together as a pack right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty crazy race going on in that right now between the top 5, or top 4, I should say.
Now this is the LA police chase camera right now.
Oh my goodness, there you go.
We always like to come up with fun names for our drone cameras.
You got to make it fun. It keeps the interest. Oh, look at that. Almost a little bit of a tire touch there. Look at the setup down there in the
Whoa,
dry.
he just strafed across the front of him right there.
Is that the number 7 again?
I think so. He's catching he's getting the best view in the house with everybody coming across his grill. I imagine he's not going to be super happy by the end of this one.
I was going to say, you know how it feels like when you're driving and sometimes and it's like, does everybody have to pull out in front of me today? So we technically have 2 number 7s out there. Or 47s out there. We
Whoa, we got one guy around on the back straightaway.
And I think that's Michael Neal that just now got turned around.
And that was part of that 3-pack. We got another car off. Look at this. Someone just pulled off. That might have been our race leader.
It was our race leader. That was John Dobbs.
So just like that, our top 5 getting shaken up.
I'm not yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but that was our race leader for sure.
Yeah, he just booked a U-turn right there at turn 2.
He's still stopped over there off the course safely right next to one of our crew, but not sure what happened.
And we've got a real battle heating up for the lead right now. Look at this. Second place, Braden Eatson.
And Jason Phelps.
And Braden just goes around the outside, makes the pass.
And the white flag is out,
So in one lap, we had 3 lead changes.
This is turning out to be a great race right now. So Wes Manis running in that number 3 spot.
And he's starting to pull away right now, so he's got some clean track in front of him. And you know he's got to be happy with this result right now. He's just got to hang on for half another lap.
Jason Phelps scrubbing speed right there down in that lower line. Yeah, Eason definitely looks like he turned it up a notch towards the last part of this race. That is for sure, because, I mean, the checkered flag is in hand.
And there he goes through turn 6 for one final time. Going to make his way back up to our position here.
And that is the number 7 that is running in that 3rd spot. And checkered flag is out for Braden Eason. Jason Phelps in 2nd. Jared Schneider in that number 3.
A tough break for Jason Phelps. You know, his eyes probably lit up when he saw the race leader pull off the track there during lap number 8. And he only had 1.5 laps to hang on to it, but Braden Eatson he went on a run. He passed him and didn't look back.
100%. That was a great race that we just now sit there and witnessed. I hope all of y'all at home are having a blast watching it, because I know I did.
Oh, yeah, no, that was
a good one to call.
Yeah, and I want to go back and see if we can catch that, watch that replay one more time from earlier.
the John Dobbs replay?
Yes, that was
pretty gnarly.
Yeah, that was. Let's see if we can pull it up on the screen here.
While you're doing that, I'm going to make my way over to
sometimes
they
have to do it more
often, but that is our race leader right there, John
Ooh,
Dobbs.
getting a little squirrely.
Yes, his first couple rounds here. And I was getting ready to say.
Oh, and he's over the berm.
Oh,
He's riding that thing like a bull about. Oh, he's going the wrong way.
He's getting back on the
back
track.
on the race line. Got to sit. Oh, wow.
My goodness.
Second place. Cut off second place. Look at that. Still
man,
in
that
the
was
lead. Wild. I don't know. Is that a race? And your top three are pulling up here to victory lane. So Pam Hall will be with you momentarily with a word from our winners.
All right, here with our race winner right now, Braden Easton. That was quite a race.
That was an awesome race.
I mean, you had obviously front row seats to a lot of stuff, but coming out here in this number one spot, I mean, what was it that kept you pushing, and now get you to this top spot?
I haven't had a one in a minute. The car finally held together.
So the car came to you then, right?
Me and the car getting along great right now.
Well, and the track at the beginning was pretty wet, so it seems like all of you guys were kind of taking it easy. Is that what was going on?
Take it easy until you couldn't anymore.
Until the track came to you?
Yep.
All right, well, congratulations up here in this number one spot. We'll let you get on going. We're going to do our podiums later on, but congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Braden Easton, number 47, in that number one spot. As now we are here with Jason Phelps. You're over here, and I like with your kid as he's up on the podium, and now here you are in this number two spot.
Yeah, it was awesome watching him get his podium today, and somehow I got lucky enough to be up here today too, so it just kind of worked out.
That was quite the race. There was a lot of action going on the whole entire race. I mean, you avoided it, but there was some stuff going on, but great job out there.
Thank you.
Well, in the number two spots, got to feel really good. We'll do our podiums later on, but congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Jason Phelps in that number two spot. All right, in the number three spot, Jared Snyder. I just asked you, I'm like, you're new here, and you said it's the second time in the car.
I am. The first time I was out here, we were working the bugs out. I think we finally got them worked out. Got to get a little bit of suspension work done. I just want to thank Polaris of Gainesville for everything they've done to get me to this point. Everybody works hard on this car. It's a team effort. We got the whole team out here.
I have to say, you have good brakes.
Wildwood, baby.
We've showed the replay twice now of when you had to get on the brakes of this last turn over here.
Oh yeah, that was a surpriser when he popped up and then went right in front of me. I locked him up real quick.
You did. I mean, it didn't look like from our angle you guys had any kind of contact.
We had a little bit of a bump, but I mean, Rubbin's racing, so it is what it is.
Well, the cars are all good, and you're up here in this number three spot, and that's all what it's all about.
I love it. It's worth it.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you later on the podium.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. There is our top three of our Sportsman NA. All right, we are now moving into our Pro Turbo class. Looks like we're going to have 5 drivers out there. All right, once again, we are moving into our Pro Turbo class. We are almost done with our racing for the day. It's gone by quite fast for all of us up here in the booth. I know for you and I, it's gone by fast. I can't really speak for every single person. But right now, in that number 1 position, the number 52, Ryan Knight, top qualifier yesterday with a 102.484. In the number 2 spot, Everett Boodle, and he is out here, you know, he's normally in a NA car, and him doing this turbo was a little bit of a surprise to him. He was saying it was a lot to get used to running the turbo car. Then we got Miss Ariel Byarski in the number 05, the 150, Nathan Parker, and the 57 of Hank Hall. We would have had the number 21 of Dominique DeAngelis, but he had quite a wreck yesterday. Again, he's out here at the track. He's good, but he is definitely not racing in the race today. So unfortunate. Nobody caught it on camera, unfortunately. But it was a gnarly crash.
How many rollovers?
I didn't see it.
Cartwheels?
I was videoing and taking pictures, and I didn't see it, but there's some, the Top Box kids were down there by me, and they saw it happen, and they said it was a pretty gnarly. But all that matters is he's okay. A car can be fixed.
And that is something I will say about, you know, the racing out here is almost every wreck, everybody's thumbs up, good to go. You know, these cars are very safe, and you know they look like they're wrecking pretty violently, but they're pretty soft inside the cage. So
yeah, that's the thing too about all of these the builders of these vehicles. I mean, the cage holding up in a crash, that's what they're supposed to do. Seen some, not out here, but I've seen some crashes where the cages are actually caved in. Not good to see that, but sometimes there's a weak point. But right now, it's all about our Pro Turbo class. Our race director, Mr. Everett Boodle, out there in the number 10. That car is for sale. The sign is on the side. So y'all want to get out here in a Yamaha and race, there you go. It's a proven car, that is for sure.
I might have to get a ticket and get in line on that one. Every time I come out here, I'm itching.
Yeah, the cars they're fun. And if you haven't been in one, we got to get you in one. But there is the green flag, with Ryan already taking the lead in the number 52.
And these guys staying fairly bunched up heading into turn 2. A little bump in there as they start to spread out. It's always a sprint there into the first turn on those race starts.
Yes, exactly. And that.
Oh, 3 wide coming out of turn 3.
I think that's Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker's 16 years old. He comes from the mud world originally. He is definitely someone that. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, no.
2 of them. Oh, and he's over.
That's Boodle.
He's in the water.
He's in the water. He's in the water. He's in the water. Hey, he's in the water. He's in the water. Someone's there.
All right, so that was quite a crash by Boodle there. So they're going to stop everybody right here. Red flag.
And we got another driver around.
That's my kid, Hank Hall, right there. I'm not sure. He probably was trying to.
He was pretty quick on the binders, so he was paying attention to his flags.
Yeah, he was not trying not to get in the back end. All right, so make sure everybody is all safe and sound.
Yeah, it's looking. I mean, this isn't live, but yeah.
He's moving around.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he didn't go head in or like underwater.
Yeah, we can. We can show you this right here. Yeah, he's close.
Around.
Yeah. That's not what you want to see going upside down into a puddle like that. He's probably thinking, man, I'm not getting my deposit back on this rental.
No, he's probably thinking, just put me back on my wheels. Let's see if I can keep going. That's a racer's brain, right?
Oh no, that was his son that was in the rental. Never mind, that's one of his.
Yeah,
right?
that's it. Well, that's his. Yeah, still for slightly used.
Yeah, slight water damage.
Yeah. Never been submerged.
That mud was probably a soft landing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so they're going to get the winch over here and get him all flipped back over.
It's also like a suction cup, though.
Yeah, I don't see anything dangling, so maybe, I don't know. When it gets it back up, we'll see if it runs. Well, I'm not sure with these turbo cars, you got to let them sit for a second when that happens.
I think any kind of race car, you need to let it sit for just a second before you start it up. I mean, we didn't even complete a full lap, so sometimes they do a complete restart. I don't know if that's going to be the case on this one.
Well, all 5 of these guys were tight coming into
Yeah.
that turn 1. This was a pretty tightly contested grid.
All right, so they're bringing over the forks. We call them the forks of shame.
We have one of those at the go-kart track. They've got a they've got a little trailer they pull behind the side-by-side, and it can have up to 3 carts. And sometimes they have a full party when they're.
Oh, everybody in the audience here, he is okay. He's moving around. They're just going to get his car flipped back over. They did have the drone on it for a second, so he was moving around. Eyes were open, but we have a replay that we're going to try to get going here for y'all. As you can see, all of our safety crew over there. We have them all over the race course, which is something you have to have when you're short course racing, especially in areas like this with these turns that are super tight. As you can see up in the top, in the middle right-hand side, that is the forklift. They have to get around a little bit of a creek.
All right, I think I got a replay ready to go here.
All right, he
So,
is definitely
let's see.
someone that. Oh,
Whoa!
yep. Oh no,
Two
that's
of them. Oh, and he's over. Down.
that's Boodle. You definitely
Yeah, he's in
can't
the
gas it out in that one because of the
No.
mud right there.
We'll see if we.
It didn't look like too hard of a hit, which is good. But you can see our safety crew instantly making their way over there.
Let's see if we can.
And he didn't get out of the car, and my guess is he's going to hopefully be back on the course, is what my guess is why he didn't get out, because normally you would get out of the car right there, but he was hanging upside down too, so.
Two of them. Oh, and he's over. Other angle.
That's Boodle.
No, I don't. He's in the water. I think we just got that one.
He is
camera
definitely someone that, well, you can see right there. I mean, right
Oh,
nice
two
took that
of 'em.
wide.
Oh, and he's
I
over.
believe that was Parker as
Boodle.
well took it wide.
He's in the water.
And then Boodle just slid right off. You can see his tire marks up there in the right above our timing ticker where he went off.
Yeah, right
it's
there.
up higher. Yeah, he went straight off right here. It's going through the turns.
Because
But
I
yeah.
think the first guy that did it kept his wheel straight, and he just hopped on through the puddle.
Yeah, or didn't get all the way off into the
Yeah,
ditch
he was
like
on the
this.
he was on the berm. And I think Everett just.
Oh, so he's still in there. They've got him turned over, so now they're going to just try to pull him out. But depending on what that passenger side looks like, this side looks good. But the passenger side is what is going to be the question. But you can see he's all moving around. He's all anxiously waiting here.
And that's gonna be another clip for the highlight reel.
Yeah. Is that screen right there not showing it? Oh, I thought it was. All right, so all of you at home, you can see that Mr. Boodle is still in the car, which is good. They're going to hook him up to the forks to pull him out of the mud. Again, Joel, who is in here doing our timing, was saying it's kind of like a suction cup as well. So if you've ever been stuck in mud with your boots, it's the same way with the car, for the most part. His gloves are still clean, though, so he didn't actually get muddy.
It's always a good sign.
Always a good sign.
Now, you think he's gonna hang it up, or do you think he's gonna try and fire that thing back up?
I think right now is the perfect time for him to just sit there and let it sit before he starts it back
Yeah.
up. I think once they pull him out, that probably will, again, it's going to determine what that passenger side looks like. And if any water got in the air
Yeah,
and
you can see he's checking his wheel.
Yeah. Steering's good. Maybe. Let's see.
I mean, they're intended to take a little bit of mud and wet conditions like this.
But upside, well, yeah, let's see here. It looks pretty good. You guys all get to watch our recovery go down here at home. That goes to show you how strong that bumper is on there.
Yeah, and you can see that hole filling back in behind him.
Keep going. Bring it down lower for him. Better angle.
Yeah, hats off to the team here. That was a quick response to him getting upside. That was a little scary, too, because we didn't know if he was submerged or not.
Yeah, we weren't sure, of course. Yeah, because there's a couple of areas out here that have some ditches in them with some water. And let's see what happens here. See, he doesn't look bad at all. The mud.
It definitely softened the blow a little
Yeah.
bit going in there.
See, and there's Jeb right here. He's behind the car right now checking it out.
Gonna have some added weight.
Yeah. Definitely be overweight.
Definitely scary from his standpoint, watching your dad go off in the ditch like that.
He's just saying you can see Everett's pointing. It doesn't look bad though. Oh my goodness! You see the mud?
Jeez.
Clean off the for sale sign, Jeb. Make it visible. He is just trying to scoop out as much as he can there.
Yeah, great way to advertise your cars for sale on the live stream.
I think they have another one for sale here too. That's not the only one.
Hey, price cut.
Oh goodness. It's half
Yeah,
clean.
I'll go check Marketplace after this. See.
Right, exactly. I think they're in Alabama, so look in Alabama. I think that's where they live.
He's got a radio in there too, so maybe he can hear us. He was asking about the radio channel earlier.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, he's moving under his own power.
Yeah, he is fired back up. Look at that.
I wonder if he'll probably have a rear. Normally, if you cause the caution,
You gotta start in the back.
You start in the back. So if that happens, at least he's still moving. All right, everybody, give it up for Mr. Boodle. We've had some gnarly crashes, and there he is, still moving.
And you can hear everybody outside cheering for Everett as he pulls. Yeah, he's just right back on the grid. He's going to send it.
Man, I wish I could interview him right now.
Well, regardless of how he finishes, we need to get you an interview with him after this race.
Look, you can see. I mean, it's a little tweaked, but look, his gloves are dry. His gloves are clean.
Yeah, just pull the tear away and fire it back up.
All right. Making sure he's all good. That was Mr. Ewing right there. Jamie, his son Tillman and his daughter Caroline Claire have been racing. All right, so here's Jeb once again.
And we'll go ahead and show that replay one more time here.
You know he's going to want to see that replay.
Yeah, that's why I need to get him up in the booth. And
now they're just checking out the car once again.
Hey, Collins.
All right, everybody in the crowd, let's cheer,
so that was quite
cheer
a
for
crash by
Mr.
Boodle
Boodle
there,
to
so
be
they're gonna stop
okay.
everybody right here,
Here's that
red
replay
flag.
one
We're going to
more
show a
time. We
replay
got
for the
another
live
driver
show.
around.
That's my kid, Hank Hall, right there.
See if we can.
So if you're out in the crowd and you have some service, you can turn on Facebook and see what we're announcing out here. Or you can always go back to Facebook or YouTube later on and replay
He was
it.
pretty quick on the binders, so he was paying attention to his flags.
Yeah, he was not trying not to get. I think that's Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker's 16 years
Here's
old.
that shot.
He
one
comes from the
more
mud
time
world
for those
originally. He is definitely someone that.
You can see
Oh,
Everett just going a little wide.
Oh, no,
two
that's-
of them. Oh, and he's
Flipping
over
right
there in the ditch.
that's Boodle.
He's in the bit scary. Didn't even get one lap in, so I think this is going to be. Well, they are going to let lap one count, so this isn't going to be a full restart.
All right, so that is Ryan Knight out in that number 1 spot. The 150 of Nathan Parker on the inside second row. Hank Hall outside second row in the 57. Ariel Byarski and that inside right next to Mr. Boodle.
And we are underway again. And look at that. Everett Boodle already back up to
Oh.
4th. A little bit of bumping and rubbing there in turn 1.
All right, so Ryan Knight still out in that number 1 spot. Nathan Parker in number 2. Hank Hall 3rd. Looks like Boodle is in that number 4 spot. And Byarski right there in
He
that
went
fifth.
a little wide there again through that turn. Hey, he's flirting with it.
I was gonna say, you'd think he would learn, right, from the
Yeah.
first time around. Look at that great camera view.
And hanging it out there, coming down the ski jump.
As there we have Ryan Knight. No, see, it all is how do you take that turn right there?
And Everett Boodle playing it safe that time, going way down on the inside.
I have to say, it really goes to show the resilience of these vehicles for him to be still out there running as strong as he's running. I mean, he looks like he's not running as hard as he was.
I don't think I have ever seen somebody flip the ride and then start racing again.
Oh, we need to bring you into my off-road world. You'll see it quite often. You'll see people crash and go, oh my gosh, and then they like just land on their wheels and go.
That's awesome.
It happens quite a bit. Off-road is completely different than the road. I mean, the parts are stronger, I have to say.
I would think they'd have to be.
Tie rods and everything, you know.
Just to put up with all this jumping
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and the physical forces here.
Exactly. All right, so Ryan Knight still out in that number 1 spot. Nathan Parker in number 2. Again, Nathan Parker, 16 years old. That kid has raced mud racing. He's raced King of the Hammers. He's raced Ultra 4. Now he's out here at the side-by-side. I love seeing that kid out here. I kind of watched him grow a little bit as well. Of course, I do have to say my kiddo, he started at 5 years old, off-road racing. He's been through off-road racing, circle track, now off-road again.
Do you have a preference?
He loves off-road racing. So he actually, you speak of Bandoleros, he was a national championship in 2019.
Oh, wow.
So he did it and had fun, but he wanted to come back to off-road. So here we are.
How old is he right now?
He's 17, just turned 17.
Oh, wow. You said he did bandos. He's done any legends?
We did not go into legends. We thought about going to legends, and we decided not to.
Because I'm surprised
he
you
wanted
win
to-
bandos, and there'd be people knocking down your door to go get him in a legends car.
We thought about it, and he wanted to start doing this again. So here we are, doing off-road racing.
Yeah, no, this looks like a ton of fun. And
Oh,
if you're
it
watching at home, definitely come out here. Check out Durhamtown Off-Road Park. This isn't the only track they got either.
Where's Ryan Knight? Top of Ski Hill, it sounds like, is where he's at. So Ryan Knight off course. I mean, Ryan Knight also another seasoned driver. He races in a few different things. His kid races as well.
I'm trying to find him on the camera here, but
So Ski Hill would be up by Talladega turn, so it's the next one over to your left.
yeah, there's one right there.
That's one of our recovery.
Oh, that's a quarter marshal.
Yep.
Sorry, they all look the same to me. Oh, there he is.
Nope, that's
Nope, that's another recovery.
That's a 170. Well, there's a tire right there. So did he lose a tire? Yeah, he's right there to the left. He has a right rear tire came off.
Oh, yeah, you hate when that happens.
No, the wheel broke. Look at the wheel
Oh,
is
dang.
completely broke. That's what happens. What I have to say, these wheels you can see on that tire,
Yeah.
it's completely broke. That happened to my
Yeah,
kid
and you
out
can see
here.
where he dragged it all the way off track there.
Yeah, so right now, Nathan Parker, your new race leader, Hank Hall in that number 2 position, Ariel Byarski in that number 3 spot. Where's Boodle? Boodle's out there right now running in that 4th position. So Nathan Parker.
Yeah, and Everett's off pace a little bit, so you got to think that kart is struggling a little bit after that
Yeah.
off-roading adventure he went on.
Yeah, I mean, I have to I'm gonna play a guessing game here. I think it's something in the steering or something, because why would you be letting up that much? All right, so we started with 5. We're down to 4. Unfortunate for Ryan Knight. And like, I'm not joking. I've seen that happen before. I mean, you see how hard they're landing on these jumps, and they're putting so much pressure on those tires and those wheels.
Yeah, nothing's guaranteed here.
No, and here the competition yellow is out. I do have to say, my kid, Hank Hall is leading the points by 2 right now. So a 2-point lead in the points. So he's got to have a good finish out here to keep that lead. But Ariel Byarski is right behind him. She's the one that is 2 points behind him. And she races not only here at Durhamtown, she races at Champ. She does all kinds of stuff. So between those two right there, you got Nathan Parker that's going to be starting out there in that number 1 spot by himself. You can see the 05 of Ariel right there on the left-hand side, Miss Ariel Byarski. And the 57 of Hank Hall right there next to her. And then I believe, is Everett going to be finishing? Yeah, Everett has pulled in. You can see his car's sitting a little bit crooked, so it could have done something with a sway bar or the steering. But see, you can see they're looking in the back.
Yeah, they're definitely messing with that car a little bit.
It took a hit. I mean, it still was a little plush, but it still took a hit. We're going to have to give him a hard time that he ran out of talent. The talent tank went to empty. Took that a little too wide.
The one time to do that's while we're live. Right on camera.
Exactly. All right, we are moving once again on our competition yellow. Going back to green flag racing here in just a moment.
Yeah, we are doing a quick battery change, so this is going to be the only shot we have for right now.
Hey, right off the start, that's going to be a good one. That's I always like the start because Nathan Parker, he's the one who has it right now, the one who starts the pace. Hank Hall, Ariel Byarski side by side, Everett Boodle right behind them. Ariel's now in that number 2 spot. So Nathan Parker, Ariel Byarski. Oh, what's going on? Nathan's going a little bit slower
hangs
for
it
some
on the
reason.
Inside, yeah.
That kid doesn't know something's
going
on with his car.
Opens up the outside. Yeah, no, your leader dropping back now.
I know he had an issue yesterday, I believe, with the front diff or something. I can't remember exactly. But, man, they are all neck and neck. This is very, very stressful right now. But that is, I believe, Ariel Byarski now out in the number 1 spot. Hank Hall in that number 2 spot. Nathan Parker 3rd. Mr. Boodle in that 4th position. So something is definitely going on with Nathan's car.
That Boodle hanging it deep on the inside
now
there.
Here goes Hank Hall pulls off.
Hey, just like that, from flipping to 3rd place now, Everett Boodle. Never give up.
Not sure what's going on there, but look at there's Boodle right now.
Oh, he's giving him the bump and run down the back straightaway. If Boodle goes around.
So Nathan Parker's struggling with something going on again. I know he had something happen yesterday in qualifying. I thought I heard something.
And how about that? Upside down in the ditch 3 laps ago to now running in 2nd place.
Exactly.
Where are you going to see action like that, folks? You're going to see it right here at Durhamtown.
I don't know what's going on, but my kiddo's in the infield here looking at the front of his car.
Uh-oh. And hanging it out on the ski jump right now. That is 1st place, Ariel Byarski.
Yeah, she's doing an amazing job. She's a great racer.
She's got to watch out because she's got Everett Boodle hunting her down right now.
Yeah,
look at that. The gap's closing in.
So she's a smooth driver. So as long as she runs her smooth pace and runs her own race, she'll be golden. But Ariel Byarski out in the lead as we're watching her make her way through that back stretch. That's the area that all the kids keep saying they like because that's where they get to go super fast.
And I can't tell if Everett's slowing down or not. He was charging, but now that gap's starting to build back up. And we can see it here. There's 1st place. Now there's 2nd place.
I think there was nothing wrong with his car. He's driving like it's normal again.
Well, he has got less than 2 laps to reel her in right now.
Yeah, exactly.
As he goes chasing her up the hill into turn number 5. Over the ski jump, back into turn 6. Should be white flag in hand next time by.
Nope, one more, I think. He's got yellow still. As Ariel Byarski. I thought so too. But Ariel Byarski right now still in that number 1 spot.
Oh, you know what? They didn't reset it after that lap 1 incident because it still ticked off 1 lap. So that's
gotcha.
What it is. So this will be 2 to go this time.
All right, Everett Boodle out there taking that turn a little bit wide.
And your leaders are now on the far side of the track coming through turn 3. Down the hill. A little bit of a gap. It's going to take a little bit of an effort here by Everett if he's going to close it in. Ariel just dominant so far.
Yeah, she is, again, driving an amazing race for herself. Out there in that number 1 spot. And now we're watching Everett come down that ski jump.
And as they make their way up back towards our vantage point, should be, there it is, white flag in hand.
Yeah, Nathan Parker running still for points because he is out here running the whole season, but he's in that number 3 spot. But you know what? He's having problems, but out of the 5 cars, there's only 3 running still. So,
well, I guess as long as you start it, you'll get points. So I don't think it'll be super punitive for the season total, but
hopefully not. As Ariel's making her way down, turn number 4 is what she's going into right now. Everett's on it. I was just looking behind me here at the live shot, and man, he was taking that corner hot. Looks like he's having fun, but there is Miss Ariel right there. She has 2 turns to go for that checkered flag. So Miss Ariel Byarski.
And I know she's going to be happy with this finish.
Yes. All right, checkered flag is out. Ariel Byarski in that number 1 spot. Second position, the number 10 of Everett Boodle, and making his way around for the number 3 spot in the number 150, Mr. Nathan Parker. All right, I know that, let's see, next race that we have coming out is our Open Turbo, which Ariel Byarski is racing in. Hank Hall's supposed to race in it. John Dobbs is racing in it. And Bruce Davidson.
And Bruce, he went for a wild ride during qualifying. Anybody on social media got to see some of those clips of him going over. That turn's been scooping everybody up today, yesterday. You know, that turn 5 is really eating folks.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's one of those that has been the corner that I don't know if people just take it too hot. Well, like you were saying earlier, though, you're coming off of that ski jump. Okay, let's see. We have, I don't know if we're going to, yeah, they are coming up here because I have to do these interviews with 3 of these racers.
You get to talk to Everett.
I know, but 3 of these racers are like needing to be in the next race as well. So I'm going to go out there and see who I get. All right, I'm here with Ariel Byarski. Ariel, you just now ran an amazing race. I always say you're such an amazing young lady driver, and it showed just now. I mean, you did great out there, but you have a broken nail.
I know, it hurts.
I have to say, I don't like saying that just because, you know, females and nails and stuff, but it looks very, very painful. But you just held off some amazing drivers out there to get this number 1 spot. And you ran your own race. You're always smooth whenever you're racing as well. I know you have another race to go right now, so we're going to make this short and sweet. But how you feeling?
I feel great. I mean, I knew after the restart I had some work to do. I held my lines, kept that skinny pedal down, and did the best I could, and here we are.
Yep, exactly. And you ran the last few laps super smooth and fast, and here you are. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you out on the track here in just a couple minutes, but I'm going to move right back here to Mr. Everett Boodle. Everett Boodle, did you want to go get a mud bath or what?
Yeah, it was a little slick to start with. I guess the race director don't know when to water the track and when not to water it. So I have to have a talk with him.
Well, but you know what? You're here at the finish line. I mean, after you took that tumble, in my brain, and I actually said it on the live show, I'm like, you're a racer. Like, if the car's fine, you're just in your brain wanting to get back on your wheels and get back out there.
Yeah, I was trying to get back to the front, but I didn't succeed at that. So, no, it was fun. Actually, being upside down felt like 30 minutes, but it wasn't bad. And I didn't know where the track crew were at. If they're ever going to get there, I guess if that'd been a little faster if I was out there. But, you know, got to give them credit. I got some good help, and it's been good racing. I think everything went smooth today, all but this. Yeah. And but, you know, I had the car's still for sale, by the way, if anybody wants it. I mean, it's
slightly used.
It's proven, though. I mean, it can take a tumble and still come back and get on the podium.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, we were joking about that being for sale, and then this for sale still sign is on there. So our camera guy or our production guy might want it.
Well, we hope so. We got 3 we need to get rid of, so we've moved on to, or I haven't, Jeb to Polaris. So I figured I'd take it out for a spin, first time in about 4 years.
Well, you did great out there. I mean, it's unfortunate you ended up in the mud, but you still got up here. You're in that number.
They burn the tires off and save it for the next round, but yeah, luckily we were able to get a podium finish just by creeping around the track.
Yeah, that was a great race you guys all just ran. I mean, you're always a smooth driver. You're methodical about what you do and your moves and everything, so you knew when to let up and not push your car too much, because you do have one more race here in just a minute.
Absolutely. Luckily, I got a good team with me that can get me fixed up real quick and go back out there and try to put it on the top box in this next class.
Well, congratulations on the number 3 spot. Hopefully this next one was a little bit different for you, because I know you want that too, but congratulations.
I hope so. Thanks, Pam.
All right, and that is Mr. Nathan Parker right there in the number 3 spot, going to be heading right on over to the starting line here in just a minute, as 3 of our drivers that just came off track are going back on the course for another race, back to back.
Yeah, they don't even have time to
breathe.
Yeah, I would say catch your breath. At least get a sip of water before hopping in that next car.
Yeah, they're just fixing him up here really quick right over here, switching out that belt and stuff. That's what I was talking about, the belts. The belts can be iffy. I don't know if
I'm assuming as it gets hotter out here, the rate at which they get chewed up probably goes up as well.
I don't see my child, so I don't think he's going to be going back out on course. All right, while we are waiting for our next race to begin, we're going to go over our amazing sponsors that help us out at the track, help out our racers with parts and everything else and payouts, and our live show with our G-Force Racing that's taking care of it for the rest of the season. So we get to work together for 3 more races after this.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. But let's go over those really quick. We have Boodle Motorsports, residential grading and septic. We have D. Coulter. We have Greaves Motorsports, again, G-Force Racing. Thank you so much for the live show and out here with our racers. Floor Decor, Design Showroom, Classic Coach Works, Old School Off-Road and Fab, Lake Country Glass and Mirror, Power Sports Carolina, Phelps Racing, Polaris of Gainesville, Freedom Race Lifts, H&H Paving, Helix Grading and Utility, S&M Powder Coating. We also have Dobbs Automotive as well as EE Racing. And here we are live racing once again here for our open turbo class.
So these are the big dogs, right? This is the no restrictions, turbos.
Yeah, these are
run what you brung.
Open.
Hopefully
yes.
it's faster than everybody else's.
Exactly. So we have Ariel Bayarsky, who just came off the track, out racing once again. And I think we were supposed to have 4. Okay, so Hank Hall's the one that's not out there. So Ariel Bayarsky, John Dodds, and Bruce Davidson. Bruce
I recognize that single seater in the back is Bruce.
Yes, that is a.
He's coming all the way from Kentucky.
He is coming from Kentucky, and that is a Zollinger Racing chassis. Zollinger Racing Products is out of Utah, and he makes a lot of the parts that a lot of our racers run as well. He took quite the tumble yesterday as well. All right, Ariel Bayarsky out in the lead right now. John Dobbs in that number 2 spot, and Bruce Davidson in 3rd.
Just hearing word that the 4th car is out on the raceway, so late entry.
4th car? Who would?
I don't know, that's just what the radio said. That was my camera person down there.
There is a, let's look here.
Unless she meant out of the race, but.
That 4th car is Nathan Parker in the number 150. He was over here trying to fix his car. So that's who it is out on course. All right, Ariel Bayarsky still out in that number 1 spot. Whoa, she's took that jump a little hot and almost got a little sideways. So
yeah, she did get a little squirrely there.
That's where driving skills come in handy whenever you know how to correct yourself before it makes you go like a barrel.
And it looks like John Dobbs is going to be able to catch up a little bit with all that happening in front of him, as Bruce Davidson starting to fall back a little bit there in 3rd place.
All right, and there's Mr. Bruce Davidson in the DD214.
And there goes your leader, Ariel Bayarsky, past the start-finish line.
Yeah, Ariel Bayarsky running.
She's off to a huge lead right now because 2nd place, John Dobbs, just going past our vantage point. Now 3rd place, Bruce Davidson.
Yeah, Ariel definitely with a huge lead on 2 and 3. All right, so all right, it looks like we are going to be coming around next lap for our competition yellow here in just a moment. As Ariel Bayarsky still out in the lead with John Dobbs in that number 2 spot. Well, Ariel has quite the lead. And there's, actually, Bruce Davidson looks like he's in the number 2 spot. So we must have had John Dobbs do, he did spin out right in front of us earlier on, and Davidson did get around him. All right, here comes John Dobbs making his way through as we're watching staging here for our competition yellow. All right, we got Nathan Parker should be making his way around here.
Yes, you'll have to wait on him, but he's still one lap down from everybody else.
And that is a great view right there of Ariel Byarski there. You can see that race face is on. The determination, the focus. Again, she's a great driver. She's a smooth driver. You got John Dobbs right behind her in that number 55. And Bruce Davidson there. His car looks really good for his roll he did yesterday. Doesn't even look like it did anything.
Yeah, all things considered with Bruce, and he said in his Facebook post, it was a pretty quick fix, but he had two angles of that. He had on board and somebody filming off board of him going, "Oh, was that you filmed it?"
Yeah, that was me. I was trying to get some good footage, and
he definitely got some with that.
He gave me a show, that is for sure. Nathan Parker in that number 4 spot behind. Will be starting behind, I believe Dobbs is where he was lining up at. But yeah, no, that was quite the soft kind of roll, I should say, because what happened and what I talk about is that turn where he rolled is where if your back of your tires get off, it just takes you right over. Okay, and the green flag is waving once again, and look at that. Byarski up there in the number 1 spot, but Parker, who is actually a lap down, is running in that number 2 spot. But if he gets around her, then he won't be a lap down once he crosses over. So he actually is physically in first right now, but actually last place with a lap down. Well, now being in front of her, not a lap down, I should say. Correct myself. I know they were doing some clutching work and everything, but his belt was slipping and everything like he was saying in his interview.
Hey, how's he a lap down?
Because he came out late.
Yeah, but he was never fast. They never made a first lap.
He didn't start.
He didn't start, but he started late, but they never made a first lap.
Because we're on live.
And your top three pretty close together right now from that competition restart.
Yeah, that's definitely 1, 2, and 3 is running super close.
But the track is definitely getting dried out right now. You can see that trail of dirt definitely going to be cutting down on the vision of second and third. And first place just kicking it real wide there coming through turn 2, kicking up a lot of dust.
All right, and here we are again. Some amazing racing out here on this course. This is the last race of the day, too.
Yeah, this is it. It's crazy how quickly this goes by.
I think we've been live since, 10 o'clock or something like that?
Yeah, about 4 hours, which is about a typical day for us live streaming. We're usually about 4 to 6 hours for most race events.
Yeah, that's one of those things to where
it never feels like it. You feel it the next day when your voice is sore after you've been talking for 4 hours straight.
I have to tell you, the stuff that I do, I think 13 hours live has been my longest.
Oh, wow. That's
I feel bad for the camera guys.
That's a bit of a stretch. Yeah, the most we've done was we did about 28 hours over a 3-day period. But, it goes by when you're having fun. So, as right now we're watching your leaders coming down the hill here into turn number 4, hanging a big 180-degree turn, and then right back up the hill.
All right, I have to give a little bit of a correction here because Nathan Parker came out late on the course, and we thought he was a lap down. He actually is not a lap down. He's on the lead lap, and he's running in that number 1 spot, so our race directors told us he is not a lap down. So Nathan Parker, who started late, is now in the number 1 spot.
Oh, wow. Well, that's where that competition caution really helped because he was over half a lap back.
He was, exactly. I mean, they were doing some work on his belt and his clutch really quick before the race started, but he got out on course. And again, like you just said, so that makes Nathan Parker in that number 1 spot, Ariel Byarski second, Bruce Davidson third, and John Dobbs in that number 4 spot.
They are pretty close together, but look at that rooster tail as he's coming out of turn 2. He's dropping a tire off on the side of the track that's not getting any water.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, they watered right before the pro race. Obviously, like I was talking earlier, like they usually try to like water every other race for the most part, or every other class. And of course, with the pro and then this being back to back, they did not do any watering. As you're watching our race leader, Mr. Nathan Parker, the white flag is in hand. So this time around,
one more lap to go.
as we can see your drone guy right there, you can see it in the air, getting some awesome footage. But Nathan Parker, white flag is out for Nathan Parker in that number 1 spot. Ariel Byarski in second. As we're watching Bruce Davidson make his way around in that number 3 spot.
These guys are still pretty close. There might be a chance. I mean, as we've seen, first place pulled off numerous times.
We've seen a lot of back and forth today. And my kid Hank Hall would be in this too, but I went out and talked to him really quick in the pro race. He ended up his front diff completely cracked in half.
Oh, no. That's not what you want to see happen.
Definitely not what we want to see. And I'm not sure. John Dobbs just went by us here. It looks like he might be in two-wheel drive himself, so I'm not sure what's going on because his car is not sounding 100% either. But as we're watching Nathan Parker once again making his way around, the checkered flag is in hand as he's jumping down the ski jump with Ariel Byarski's pretty close behind him.
Yeah, she's not going to let him have it easily.
No.
She's going to make him finish this race as they come around turns number 6 and 7. And for one final time, taking the checkered flag, Nathan Parker will be your race winner.
With Ariel Byarski in that number 2 spot. Bruce Davidson making his way around turn 6 right now, taking the checkered flag here in just a moment. Topping the box off in that number 3 spot.
And assuming these guys make it past Tech, although this being an open division, I would assume most of them should make it past Tech.
Yeah.
Then that final 3 will stand.
Exactly. All right, so I'm going to go out and get these last bit of interviews here in just a moment as soon as they start making their way around. John Dobbs finishing up, rounding out the number 4 spot here. It's been a pleasure today.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like we've been online for 4 hours.
It does not.
We had a lot of fun here. This is a great facility, awesome racing, and hats off to everybody here that makes this program a thing and lets it run so smoothly. I've not seen so much controlled chaos before. You guys make it. You guys are pros out here.
Welcome to off-road racing, controlled chaos. I like how you said controlled. All right, I'm going to go over here to the podiums. All right, here with Nathan Parker, our race winner for the open class. Nathan, you are working on your car, obviously, as we just talked about before, and then you get out there, and on the competition yellow, you made your way to the front super fast.
Yeah, thankfully my team was able to get it me going again, and able to go out there and make a few good laps, and try to just keep the car together till the competition caution, and then my game plan was just make it to a competition caution and try to make my passes from there, and luckily it worked out for us.
Yeah, I have to say, I mistakenly thought you were a lap down because you came out after the green flag drop, so I apologized online about that one, but all that matters is you are on the top of the box right now, so back-to-back races, your car held together better this time, so doing whatever you guys did on that little bit of a break helped out.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back next time. We won't have no issues, and we'll be going for that top box on the Pro Turbo class.
All right. Well, Nathan Parker, congratulations on the number 1 spot.
Thank you, Pam.
All right, Ariel Byarski, here we are again in the number 2 spot this time, but you were definitely holding your own there for a bit.
Yeah, again, I mean, we gave it our all. We just weren't able to clinch it this time. Best part of the weekend is we could load both cars in the trailer, so can't complain.
Yeah, that's always a successful weekend for sure. I know that you're racing like with Champ and other stuff too, so I mean you're getting lots of seat time, and it definitely, I already say you're a great driver, you're a smooth driver, but obviously doing all the other stuff is helping as well.
I agree 100%. We're running the full Champ Series, the full Durhamtown Series, and we're going to pop in and out of Lucas Oil Speedway when we can. So.
Well, and another thing, too, is it's not consistently the same tracks that you're on all the time. So you're getting all that different kind of, the feel for your car and everything, too.
Yes, I feel like that really helps me be able to develop as a driver, so that way I can learn to pick my own lines, learn to find traction, every scenario.
Yep, exactly. 100% agree with you. But congratulations on the number 2 spot, and we'll see you later on at the podiums.
After I shower. I really need a shower.
Shower and a Band-Aid for your nail.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Ariel Byarski in that number 2 spot. Over here, Mr. Bruce Davidson. Up here in the 3rd spot. After that tumble yesterday, I have to say your car doesn't even look like it went over.
It doesn't look like it went over, but I was definitely apprehensive, right? Both in me and the car, wondering if I did everything I needed to do after the tumble yesterday, but we were good.
Well, you looked good out there. You had fun. You're on the blocks. That's what matters right now. So all in all, the weekend, how do you feel?
Super fun. I love racing out here, even in 3rd place. I just love racing out here and turning laps. Great time.
Well, and that's the thing, too, is you always have a smile on your face. You're always having a good time.
Yep, I'm just here to put miles in. I love it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations in the number 3 spot. We'll get you up there on the podiums later.
All right, looking forward to it. Thanks.
All right, that is Mr. Bruce Davidson and the DD214. That is going to round out our racing out here this weekend. What a great time we had with great racing. Lots of changes in leadership on the track, everything else. But what's your thoughts on the end of the weekend for your second time out here at Durhamtown?
I thought that was even better than the first time I was out here. And, I didn't think it could get much better because I love any kind of racing. But off-road, you had jumps, left turns, right turns, people flipping, getting back up, finishing second after flipping. Like, where else are you going to find that? And this is awesome. I love it out here. Really appreciate you guys having me out here. And, I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, I can't either. But thank you to everybody that was tuning in here on our live show. If you are wanting to come out and race this series, I definitely would say do it because it's growing more and more. But Will, great weekend out here. Your team did amazing. And I couldn't be happier with how this whole entire live show turned out and working with somebody new.
Well, it was a great time working with you, Pam. And I guess with that, for all of us here at Durhamtown, we're going to go ahead and close this one out. You got anything else you want to say, or we're
we get a 3-month break of racing. I'm sure the team here, their summer's getting started with the other off-roading, because out here at Durhamtown, they have so many.
And you can see here on your screen too everything they got to offer out here.
Exactly.
And this is only a small chunk of the entire facility here. Was it 6,000 plus acres of off-road trails, parks? If it goes off-road, you can drive it out here. They've got off-road drag racing out here.
Exactly. It's right here behind us.
Yeah, they got mud bog. They got kids courses. They have everything. So definitely come out here, support the track. Support people that support racing. That's why we like doing this. So
exactly. And it couldn't be any better. You're watching this screen right here. This is where we're at, is in this little building. But up here, you got Pee-wee tracks. You can come out here and have Pee-wee only tracks for motocross. That's what Durhamtown's known for, is motocross. But the side-by-side racing is taking over a little bit.
Hey, maybe we can come cover a motocross race because it's kind of fun.
That'd be fun.
I haven't done one of those yet.
No, I actually have. I've done King of the Motos a couple different times, so that's always fun. But again, it was great working with you. Thank you so much for all you and your whole entire crew do, because I know out there on the cameras definitely can get a little tiring. They think that our job is easy up here just talking, and it's not, but it's a blast to do it. So again, thank you to everybody at home that tuned in, and we'll see you guys back September 20th weekend for round number 4 out here at the Durhamtown Side-by-Side Racing Series.